15. Okay, we're looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. We are now going to move into in camera downstairs in Committee Room 2. forgot my notes.
We're not seeing a live feed. We did start the meeting at 1 p.m. We went into a short recess for in camera, and we'll just ask that the mayor call the meeting to order momentarily.
I'm ready to go whenever you are. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now start our city council meeting of Tuesday, August the 10th. Our first order of business is the singing of O Canada. We have a pre-recorded ensemble performance. Today's performance features a number of Niagara Falls artists. It started as a creative Zoom call and it evolved into something special. So it features layering of a number of talented performers. In order of appearance in the video, the Niagara artists are Ashley Standish, Eve Adams, Big John T-Bone Little, Rafik Gurgis, Valerie Borghese, Steve Burnside, and Maria Vitier. So kudos to the musicians for their creativity and sharing their talent with us. And we'll ask those of you able to, if you would stand for the singing of O Canada.
Keep our land glorious and free.
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the Niagara Falls artists for your compilation and rendition ensemble of O Canada. Well done. Excellent. It sure beats getting City Council to sing it, so thank you for that. Okay, moving on to the agenda. The first call of order, or the first order of business rather, is the minutes. Now, Mr. Clerk, I would ask, I need to call a vote for an amendment to the agenda, and what are the rules for adding an item to the agenda?
Through you, Your Worship, procedurally, it would be a good idea to get a motion of council just to add another item to today's posted agenda.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, I look for a motion from a member of council that we add an item to the agenda to be dealt with pertaining to the in-camera incident that took place earlier prior to this council meeting that we could deal with. Yes, Councillor Dabrowski. Okay, motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Strange, that we add an item on the agenda to be dealt with pertaining to the in-camera meeting. We'll call a vote. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Councillor Lococo, are you for?
I guess I'm for. I wasn't there, but sure, that's fine. I'm for.
All right, so that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, at what point, I guess, do we deal with this right off the hop?
Yes, now that you've passed the motion, Your Worship, now would be an appropriate time to deal with that.
Okay, thank you for that. And this is a request, and I guess I'm going to be asking for a motion of council. We have a policy here at City Hall, and part of our code of conduct is that in-camera matters are to be kept in camera. In-camera paperwork and documentation are to be kept in camera. Councillor Iononi, you intentionally left with documentation that was part of the in-camera meeting, and I'm going to ask that we have a motion that you return the paperwork to City Hall today, and if you would apologize for what you did to avoid us having to go through an integrity commissioner approach. We don't want to go that way. We don't want the expenditure to be put on the backs of taxpayers. We're just asking that you do the right thing, return the paperwork, apologize, and we can forget that it happened. So that, and should you not do that, you're going to force us to automatically put in a complaint with the Integrity Commissioner. We know how expensive those are. We do not want to go down that path. So I'm going to ask that council, how does this work, Mr. Clerk? Can I make a motion, or do I have to ask a member of council to make this motion?
Even though you don't traditionally make a motion, you do have that authority under our procedural bylaw to make a motion.
Okay, then I will make that motion. Councillor Dabrowski? Second by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we have any discussion to the motion?
Can I speak to it? Because you're talking about me.
Absolutely you can. We would like you to.
Thank you. I thought I made my position pretty clear in camera. You handed me an 80-page document.
Well, I didn't hand
and
you
then-
anything. To be clear, I didn't hand you anything.
Jim, can I get through what I'm saying here? I was handed an 80-page document with zero opportunity to read it and then asked to vote on it. I'm pretty clear all of you, none of you had the opportunity to read it. I told you I was bringing it home and I'm going to read it. I also said, because I can't take notes in camera, because you've decided I can't take notes, and I can't remember everything that's said, that I wouldn't be able to expressly tell Councillor Lococo what happened. So I'm going to read this document and I will return it tomorrow. And maybe you should take a look at your procedure and understand that the apology should be to the councillors who are asked to vote with zero information. And perhaps you don't find that difficult, but I really do. I'm not able to do my job informed, and I have no problem returning it tomorrow, but I can't read 80 pages while I'm doing a council meeting here, and it's quite intensive. And I also want to say I find it extremely telling what you find should be a subject of an integrity commissioner complaint. Because I just went through one on sexism and misogyny in a council chamber, and the most inappropriate comment was made before we went in council tonight by one of your councillors in regard to Governor Como having to resign. And one of your male councillors said, what kind of world do we live in that we can't grope a female and not get in trouble? Every one of you laughed, and I had to call him on it. Not one man in that council chamber said a word. And this is what you think is important, that I'm informed? I think that your priorities are really screwed up, and so are the 7 of you.
Are you finished,
And
Councillor? Are you
I
finished?
am.
Okay. Well, your accounting of the facts are a little different than mine, but we're going to stick
Really?
with...
Wait a minute. accounting of what facts? In camera or the inappropriate misogynistic sexist comment? Which
Both.
one is wrong, Jim?
Both.
Oh, that didn't happen?
So, Councillor, we're going to stick with what we're dealing
yeah.
with right now. There's a
You're
motion on the floor.
anything you don't
So
wanna
wait a minute.
answer.
I'm talking now. So
Nah,
you're
I don't
allowed to
care.
talk over top of me now?
No, no, I'm allowed to.
Okay,
come
so
to
then let me
council
speak,
and
'cause
be
I have the floor
morally
now,
embarrassed
Councillor.
In front of our staff
Councillor,
and our new
Councillor, are you
CAO.
going to let me speak now? I have the floor.
Yeah, you want to do a TikTok video? Maybe you can explain it that way.
No, I don't think so. I think we can do it with proper decorum in council chambers. That'll be
Well,
just
you
as well.
didn't call for decorum when the council.
Councillor, can I speak, please? Can I speak? This is during a meeting. Let's follow the decorum of the meeting. So the first thing I want to clear up, Councillor, is that
Yeah, you
I
do
did
that,
not
Jim.
give you anything. I did not decide anything. It's not my procedural bylaw. And they're not my councillors. That's the first thing. You keep trying to personalize it, but that's not the way it is. And I think you know that that's the case. We received
Yeah,
an
Jim.
appraisal. Councillor, please, stop talking
Jim.
while I'm speaking. I have the
Did
floor.
you tell the guy to
Stop talking
when
while
he
I
made
have the
that
floor.
comment? Yeah.
Counselor, please
Yeah,
let
yeah,
me
you're a man,
speak.
you're okay, right,
Okay,
Jim?
you know what, Counselor, Mr. Clerk, how do we deal with this? She won't stop talking, won't give me the floor, won't allow me to speak.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Electronically, we could have the councillor muted.
Okay, so are you going to stop talking now, Counselor, so I can speak?
No. I didn't hear you tell the male to stop speaking when he made a sexist, misogynistic comment. You said nothing. But you allowed me to sit there in front of our staff and our CAO.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote
meeting.
on the
Yes,
motion.
do that.
I'm not going to have any more, we don't need this.
You are
Yes, go ahead,
toxic.
Counselor Kerrio.
Well, Your Worship, I just want to comment on the topic that we're discussing. So I don't think as individual councillors, we can decide to change the rules and just walk off with information. The council as a whole made a decision that those were our rules in camera, that we don't bring our phones in, that we don't bring our iPads in, that we don't take notes, and that we don't take material out of the meeting. So that's the rules that the council made, Your Worship. So I don't think it's up to any one of us to decide that they're just going to change the rules depending on the day. So the rules were broken, and I thought that your idea or your motion to give the councillor an opportunity to make it right and bring the papers back is a good motion. If
I'll bring them
not,
back tomorrow.
what do we do going forward? Do we decide that the next time another counselor decides that they just want to either bring their phone in or take confidential information out of a meeting, that it's okay? So I think we have to nip it in the bud and say that, and we have to deal with it.
Counselor Strange?
Mayor, you know, we've been doing this procedure, I think, for the last couple of years, where we're not allowed to bring electronics or not take any paperwork. And we're told if you want to come in early, which I know Councillor Lococo comes in an hour, hour and a half sometimes early just to catch up on the in-camera items, because sometimes it is a lot of pages. But that's up to us to get in early to read those pages. We've been doing this for a long, long time now. And we've all been following the rules, not bringing in phones and electronics and not taking notes, and especially just walking out when we told him not to take out the paperwork. And it's unreal how one person cannot follow the rules and everyone else does.
Wow.
Okay, and if there's no further comment on this, Mr. Clerk, are we able to call the vote on this?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Lococo. Yeah.
Thank you. I wasn't in the meeting, so I'm going to abstain from the vote, but I personally have found it very difficult to vote an educated vote in not being able to read the material. And as Councillor Strange just said, I do go in early to read it. Sometimes it's a 10-minute read, sometimes it's more. I usually go in about half an hour, sometimes a little bit more, but I don't think I could have gotten through, 70, 80 pages on just that one report when there were 3 other reports as well. It's very difficult to do your job when you can't read the material. So I have stated this before. I did vote for it, understanding the purpose of why we were doing it, but after voting on it, I realized I can't do my job and understand what I'm voting on. So those are my comments on it, and I am going to abstain from the vote.
And Mr. Mayor, just to that point, I did come in 40 minutes early today. I didn't even get through the third report because it was so detailed. So there's no way any of you read it. And I am not going to vote uninformed. And I think it's a very important topic. I did try to get through it. I couldn't do it. And I said that when I abstained from the vote. It is unfair to ask us to do our job without the information or the ability to read it. And if you don't mind voting without reading it, that's up to you. But I really do object to voting without being able to read something I'm voting on.
Well, Councillor, I think it was made quite clear that that document was an appraisal. You were not voting on an appraisal. So why you would be worried about reading an appraisal, that was just so that staff could give us a complete picture to show transparently all the information that they had. That was not anything to do with the decision. Can I just finish? That was not anything to do with the decision that we were making going forward. So there was no reason for you to take confidential information out of in camera. That is not part of your job, to break the code of conduct because you want to read an appraisal. You're not an appraiser. You're not a real estate expert. It had nothing to do with the decision. So why would you do that when you were asked not to do it?
Mr. Mayor, why would we be given this document if not to have the chance to read it?
Well, why don't we ask the question? Because I didn't give it to you. It was in the package, and I'm going to ask our CAO if he could help weigh in on why we were given the appraisal.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I think it's always staff's decision we could have just included one line in the report to say this is what the amount of the appraisal had. We got a third-party appraisal to it. I think Mr. Nickel, just for completeness, decided to attach the full appraisal to the report as an appendice. I apologize if that caused concern. At the end of the day, the amount of the appraisal or the cover sheet of the appraisal is the important item, the one page, or as noted, I believe in past practice here, sometimes staff just refer to it in the report and don't provide the full appraisal. So I apologize if it created undue stress for council by including the full document.
No, Mr. Mayor, can I say something? It didn't create undue stress. I don't understand appraisals. That's why I read it. I read it to understand what we're doing. I listened to the explanation. I didn't understand him. So you handed me an 80-page document. You give a brief verbal report, and I'm supposed to understand that? I don't. My mind doesn't work that way. I need to read it to understand. I'm not, and I don't mind you taking those steps if I released it publicly or broke confidentiality, which I haven't. I drove from my house to here, and it will be returned tomorrow, but it will be returned after I read it. You have no grounds to file a complaint. You can do it if you want. You're the one who sat there and said, we don't think this should be done. Well, I don't think I should have to listen to sexist or misogynistic comments either, but nobody seemed to state that. So you pick and choose what is wrong and what is not. I want to be informed. I want to learn how this appraisal was made so that I can understand the next time. I don't think wanting to be
Councillor,
informed
we
is
are
wrong.
speaking to the motion on the floor. We're not speaking to anything
That's what
else.
I'm speaking to, and I will make the same argument to an integrity commissioner. But I suggest maybe you ask for mediation first, because I would really like an integrity commissioner to understand the fact that we're being asked to vote and not having the opportunity to read the documentation put in front of us.
I'm asking you to return the document and to apologize, and this will be forgotten. And if you
I will return the document tomorrow.
No, I'm asking you today because
Well, I'm not doing it today. This council meeting's on and I'm not coming back to City Hall. And I don't have a chance to read it. So you want me to return it uninformed, which totally deletes the reason why I brought it home so that I can read it.
Okay, Councillor
Are
Kerrio.
you saying I don't deserve this information?
Did I say that?
This whole thing is asinine.
Oh.
I asked for information on a vote you made that I abstained from because I was not informed. Are you saying that I should not be informed on something we're asked to vote on?
Did I say that?
That's what you're saying.
No,
this
that's
whole
not
thing
what
is
I'm saying.
that. Yeah, you're sending a really clear message, Jim, which is
Okay.
extremely hypocritical then. We're tired of integrity commissioner reports. Why don't you look at your process instead? Because Lori can't follow it either. We've both told you.
Well, you don't need to speak for Councillor Lococo. She speaks for
She did.
herself. Right.
And she just did.
And she
So
comes
you
in
got
early
two of
and
us
she,
going.
okay, Councillor, we're going in circles here. Councillor Kerrio,
Thank you, Worship. Just to make it clear so the public watching the meeting don't think the rest of us are complete idiots and vote on things without knowing what we're looking at or voting on. What we dealt with in camera was explained perfectly to us by our staff. It was very simple. It wasn't something that I had to go home and read a report on. It was explained very well. And all the councillors, they could speak for themselves, but I understood what was being asked of me. And it was easy for me to make a decision. I didn't have to take a report out of the meeting and go home and pretend I don't know what I'm doing and suggest that we're not being informed by our staff. It was given to us, as far as I was concerned, for backup information. The staff did a tremendous job explaining the situation to us so that we could make an informed decision. And that's what the council did. That's what I did. I had everything I needed from the staff's explanation to make an informed decision, and I did.
thank you.
I didn't.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, through you. And I'll echo Councillor Kerrio's comments, and to Councillor Ianoni's point about going to the Integrity Commissioner, I'll support the motion as well. And I think it's a great way to try to put this behind us and move forward to more important business, which is city business and taking care of our taxpayers. So hopefully we can get moving on the vote on the motion in the second.
Okay, thank you for that. So, is there any other discussion before we call the vote? And you know what, maybe just to make it official, we'll do a recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to declare a conflict then.
Okay, conflict noted.
So it'll be the 7 men. Same 7 who laughed at that filthy joke.
Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's my understanding, once you've declared a conflict, you no longer can speak on the issue.
Mr. Clerk, can you confirm that?
Councillor Campbell is correct. If you're declaring a conflict, you should not be participating in the discussion of the motion.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so apologize, I don't have the recorded sheet in front of me, so it may not be alphabetical. Council has heard the motion. Mr. Mayor,
In favor.
we'll go around the room. Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Kerrio?
Microphone.
Councillor
In
Strange?
favor?
Councillor Strange?
In favor.
Councillor Dabrowski?
In favor.
Councillor Campbell?
In favor?
And if Councillor Lococo could repeat her intentions?
I will abstain, thank you.
Thank you. And with Councillor Iannoni declaring a conflict, I won't ask for a record there. The motion passes.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
My apologies, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. Moving on the agenda, we have the adoption of the minutes from the July 13th, 2021 meeting. Looking for motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Have any comments to the minutes? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple of checks. DSBN 00355-0003, my spouse's employer. NCDSB, my employer. Check 00355-0004. I'll leave this here for the clerk, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other, Councillor Kerrio?
Thank you, Worship. 2021-15, there's an encroachment agreement with 6671 Fallsview Boulevard, which is a property right across the street from mine.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor
Mr. Mayor?
Lococo.
Thank you. 2 checks payable to the Downtown Board of Management, check 00354-0024, and check 00358-0022, my husband's former employer. 2 checks payable to myself for expenses, check 445917, check 446305, and check payable to the Niagara Falls Art Gallery, 00356-0055. I sit on the board as a resident, and I'm going to declare a conflict of interest on 7-4 F 2021-146. Tax-supported operating funds, the transferring of the money to the hospital reserve. And Mr. Mayor, I've hurt my back, that's why I'm home, so I was hoping it would be acceptable if I turn my camera off every now and then
Of course.
to adjust my ice pack. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, for that. Any other disclosures? And Mr. Clerk, I've got check number 446027, check made out to myself as well. And just reminder to please send written notice to our clerk. You've got pads in your desks, or if you're at home, you can send it. Is it an email acceptable, Mr. Clerk? Or an email noting your conflict. So thank you for that. Mayor's reports and announcements, they're brief tonight. Yes, I'm sorry, yeah, Councillor Pietrangelo. Oh, I have two, I have three. Okay. I have three for some reason. No, actually I have two. I have two. Yeah. Starting off with obituaries. Melissa Drolet, daughter of Mark Drolet of our Municipal Works Department, passed away. Our condolences to their family. We did have some council and senior staff birthdays, and I just do the ones that are involved with us at our council meetings. Our Director of Municipal Works, Eric Nickel, had a birthday on July the 27th. Heather Ruzolo on Friday, August the 6th. And Councillor Strange's on Friday, August the 6th as well. Strange, sorry. So happy birthday to all of those people who celebrate their birthdays. I was joined at a couple of events. I want to acknowledge Councillor Strange for joining me at the flag raising for the Olympic flags for Tokyo 2020. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, and to that point, we actually, when I came in today, your assistant, Sarah, said, oh, can we take down the Olympic flag now that we put up? I said, well, you know, we had record medals in a non-boycotted game, so 24 medals, and I think Niagara Falls had something to do with that because we kept the flag up longer than actually Tokyo did. So maybe I think we brought the Canadians a lot of luck, and especially, you know, some local ones. Kristen Kipp from St. Catharines, she was our coxie in the women's 8s, and Mohammed watched him in the 1500 meters win a silver medal. And we actually, one of our employees, Jason McLean, who's the Vice President of Weightlifting Canada, one of his girls, Mo Charong, won the gold medal in the 64 kilograms. So congratulations, and just an amazing Olympics, and it was so awesome to watch. And it's been tough times for everyone not having crowds and stuff, but yet people are still breaking records and doing really well. I don't know if it's the new shoes that you were talking about earlier, but I just want to congratulate all the Canadians, and in particular those three that I mentioned.
Oh, fantastic. That's terrific. And maybe Councillor Pietrangelo, you wanted to speak to that as well?
Oh, Your Worship, yeah. I mean, I was going to ask that we send a letter of congratulations to the local athletes. So the three that were mentioned, I think would be appropriate. So I'm happy to make that motion, or Councillor Strange can, and I'll second it.
If we can get them in for a presentation, would be even better, right?
That'd be nicer, yeah. With their endorsements now, they're not going to want to visit us. So, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we said congratulatory letters to the three, and any other, in case we're missing any, Niagara Olympians. So, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. And we'll do that. Thank you for that. And so I wanted to also thank Councillor Pietrangelo for joining me. The opening day ceremonies for the Ontario Player Development Soccer League event in Niagara Falls at Mitchison Park on Saturday. Also a point of interest, there was a Nick Walenda painting acquisition recently. I think we have a picture. Do we have a picture for that, Mr. Oatley? Oh no, I thought we did. Oh, here's something's coming up. Something's happening. Oh, there it is. Good job, Sean. He didn't even know he was doing it, and he put it up. Thank you. So it's a beautiful, it's actually quite big. I don't know, maybe it's like 6 foot or something like that. But this was donated by the artist, John White, of Toronto, and it was originally housed at the King Street Gallery in Niagara-on-the-Lake, and it's been acquired by the Niagara Falls History Museum as part of their public art collection. So big thank you to John White and also Gina Edward from the King Street Gallery in Niagara-on-the-Lake for making this donation to the city happen. It commemorates a very special time when Nick crossed over the Horseshoe Falls, and at that point did the biggest event on the planet that day that took place right here in Niagara Falls. Councillor Kerrio.
Your Worship, that painting's going to stay in our museum?
It's going to stay, well, it's City Hall facilities.
So do you think that you might put a message out to Nick Wallenda that next time he's here, he could come and sign the bottom lower corner of
That's
the
a great idea.
painting?
That's a great, definite. You want to make that a motion? We'll get him up.
Absolutely, and maybe have him come in if we could, but
Yeah.
at least see if he would come and sign the corner that'd be there for all time. then.
Yeah, that'd be
So
awesome.
I'll make that motion.
And I know the museum was quite excited to have this added to their collection.
Yeah.
And so motion by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we send a message out to Nick Wallenda that when he's nearby that he could maybe sign this piece that is now going to be with the city. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. And my last item to speak of is the official welcome and baptism by fire of our new CAO, Jason Burgess. He goes by Burgie, Burgess, Jason, Jay, lots of different names. I know that his last job in Norfolk, he was just called Burgess, and he called the mayor Chop, and that's just how they referred to each other. So officially, I'd like to welcome Jason here to Niagara Falls City Hall, and as our new CAO, Chief Administrative Officer. It was a competitive recruitment process. We used a professional headhunting company. It was open to everybody and anybody, and we're thrilled that we have you here to lead us through the post-pandemic times. Jason's very experienced. He came most recently as being the CAO in Norfolk. As well, prior to that, he worked at the Region of Niagara as Commissioner of Corporate Services. He was a partner at MNP, a large national consulting firm. He was Vice President at Deloitte, and he was a member of the National Tourism, Hospitality, and Leisure team. Probably a good thing to have in your back pocket for working in Niagara Falls. He's a chartered professional accountant by trade, past recipient of the Queen's Jubilee Medal for Community Involvement, and he officially started on July the 26th. So we're really happy and we're grateful that he chooses Niagara Falls as his place of employment. He's a beast. The guy, answers his phone at all hours, at all days, and we really appreciate him being here to lead us. So on behalf of the city, maybe we can give him a nice welcome from City Council. Mr. Burgess, Burgie, Jay, Jason, anything you wanted to say upon your arrival?
We have a lot on the agenda, so I'll keep it short. But to council, thanks for your confidence in selecting me, and hopefully we'll have many successful reports coming through, and we'll accomplish lots on the strategic plan. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Well said. I know Councillor Kerrio likes it when it's the brief comments, so that's good. Thank you for that. Okay, moving on to our planning portion of our agenda. I now ask our clerk if you could please bring us to this part of the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a draft plan of subdivision and to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit 47 detached dwelling lots, 8 on-street townhouses, and 12 block townhouses on the east side of Garner Road, south of Lundy's Lane. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, July 9th, 2021, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of subdivision and the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, formerly LPAT, with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment portion only, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting. The public are no longer able to appeal a draft plan of subdivision as per Bill 108.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to bring the slideshow presentation up, if it will cooperate. And as outlined by the city clerk, this is for a plan of subdivision and a rezoning for property on the east side of Garner Road. The property in question is outlined in blue. There are adjacent lands that are owned by the owner, which are not part of this application. In the surrounding area, we do have light industrial activities on the east side of Garner, north of Lundy's Lane. I bring that up because council did receive a comment from the industrial business lawyer on this matter. There's a campground in the vicinity, a motel. There are a number of detached dwellings and a number of single detached and townhouse dwellings to the south and east of this particular property. The property in question is actually an extension of Angie Drive. So Angie Drive is an existing street. The intention is Street A would continue westerly towards Garner Road, and then this property is to be developed with both on-street townhouses and blocks on the west side of Street B, as well as single detached houses on Lot B, as well as on the Angie Drive extension, and then a block of townhouses on the south side of Street A. In addition, there is a block of land adjacent to the west lot line, which would serve as a lands for the city for the extension of services for storm sewer purposes. That was the plan of subdivision. The zoning that accompanies that then would be to change the zoning from the tourist commercial zoned to an R1F at the most northerly extreme. A portion of that from tourist commercial to an R3 zone, which would provide for the on-street townhouses. The change of lands from DH, a development holding zone, to an R3 zone, and the change of lands from an R4, from a DH to an R4, and then the balance of the lands from a DH to an R1F. There is a block of land, block 52, which is shown as from DH to OS, that you'll see in the report recommendation that Street A, that is Angie Drive extension, actually be shifted to the south, and that these lands be shifted to the north and would be added to the lands owned by the developer and noted earlier in the slide as other lands. So the applicant has a property, it's almost 10 acres in size. He wishes to develop that into 47 detached dwellings, 2 blocks for 8 on-street townhouses, and 1 block for 14 block townhouses. There was an apartment block proposed, and that has now been removed. The developer has made these changes as a result of the public comments that were received, and so the land I've already outlined, I'll explain it again, is to change those lands from DH and TH, or TC rather, to the various residential lands. The concerns of the neighbors expressed at the March 29th meeting regarded the apartment building that had been proposed. That has now been removed from the draft plan. They're concerned about speed and traffic on the road. They're concerned about the current condition of Garner Road, and they're concerned about the condominium townhouse block design regarding the need for a buffer, fence, and private lane, which also resulted in some additional modifications. The staff did note at the public meeting that this does follow provincial, regional, and local policies to provide for a mix of housing. There was a warning clause regarding the campfires being included in the condition. Municipal work staff indicated that improvements to a section of Garner Road closest to Lundy's Lane yet being budgeted, but the development offers cost sharing opportunities and that Angie Drive is a collector road and has been planned to connect the subdivision development between Garner and Kaler for some time. The staff also responded to concerns about the overcrowding at schools, that the school boards actually establish and coordinate the bus stops and the schools themselves. The subdivision agreement would have clauses related to dust and dirt during development. The neighborhood park was not identified as being necessary. Sanitary sewers will be extended south from Lundy's Lane to provide services for this property, and a water main will be extended east from Angie Drive. The developers are responsible for the extension of those services. The condominium townhouse block will be subject to a future vacant land condominium application. The Planning Act requires that the city's decisions be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and we found that this proposal does conform with an efficient expansion of the West Lane community. An air and noise study have been conducted. There are no potential adverse effects. There are conditions of draft plan approval that would address proposed noise mitigation measures and require warning clauses. The provincial policies would also address the proposed density, and while the density would be slightly under, once it's combined with the balance of the development in the Garner neighborhood, it would achieve the density requirements. The recommended regulations will facilitate development of housing in a manner that offers housing that will accommodate the needs of all resources of Niagara's residents. Looking at the official plan and Garner neighborhood secondary plan, we found that the property is designated for residential purposes. The removal of an apartment block is no longer requires that there be an amendment to the official plan. The proposed development will have a range of housing types and will provide for 45.6 jobs and persons per hectare. While this is less than the 53 people and jobs per hectare required, the lands to the south of Lundy's Lane will be able to provide for the additional density. The extension municipal services will be in an orderly and logical way. The Angie Drive road is a collector and was planned in the Garner neighborhood concept plan. The surrounding transportation network can support proposed development. The proposal for the R1F, those are the single family lots that are proposed. They're looking for a minimum lot area of 290 square meters per unit instead of the standard 320 square meters per unit. That is supported. They're looking to amend the lot frontage for these lots as well, where the side lot lines are not parallel. The way the bylaw defines lot frontage, when the side lot lines are not parallel, the measurement is taken at a 0.6 meters from that front lot line. They wish to amend section 4.9.4 of the bylaw regarding the amount of lot area that can be used for parking, and so that they're looking for a parking area of 25% and a maximum driveway width of 55% of the lot frontage. Regarding the R4 zone, this would be the block townhouses that are adjacent to single detached houses and back onto street townhouses. They're looking for some site-specific provisions for those R4 provisions as well, to provide a private lane as common elements to the condominium. We're looking for a minimum lot area of 180 square meters per dwelling unit instead of the standard 200 square meters per dwelling unit. We're looking for a lot frontage for a townhouse dwelling of 6 meters per dwelling unit instead of the 6.5, and a minimum front yard depth of 4.5 meters for the dwelling and 6 meters for the private garage instead of 6 meters completely across. This is fairly standard with most townhouse developments today. The minimum interior side yard width for a townhouse would be 1.5 meters. That's the same as required for a detached dwelling instead of the 3 meters under the standard R4 zone. The exterior side yard would be 3 meters instead of 4.5 meters and a maximum lot coverage of 50% instead of 35%. Maximum height of the building they're proposing is 10.5 meters. That's about 18 inches higher than what is currently provided for, which is 10 meters. 2 parking spaces for each dwelling are to be provided, and they would be provided in tandem. That is one behind the other. The maximum dwelling units that could be connected would be 8 on one block of townhouses. They're looking for changes to the R5F zone standards, and that would be a minimum of 57 square meters per dwelling unit, minimum lot front yard depth of 7.5, and an interior side yard of 7.5 instead of a quarter of the building height. And I'm actually not sure that these are being required any longer. I think this is the apartment block, which is now being removed. So I will skip that. Similarly, the open space zone standards are requested. This would be for block 52 and for block 53, which has to do with that storm connection that I mentioned earlier. So we are in support of the development as we find it conforms with the provincial policies and it achieves the intensification targets for designated greenfield areas. The proposed development is in conformity with the city's official plan and secondary plan, and the requested site-specific residential zones maintain the appropriate regulations for the proposed dwelling types. Therefore, staff is recommending the zoning bylaw be approved as outlined. The plan of subdivision be draft approved subject to conditions in Appendix A, and that the mayor or designate be allowed to, or authorized rather, to sign the draft plan as approved after 20 days, provided there is no appeal. The draft approval will be given for a period of 3 years, after which approval will lapse unless an extension is granted by council, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute a subdivision agreement. Those are the highlights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to try to cover some of the points that were brought up by different residents. So one of them was traffic calming, and I know that Mr. Hurlovich said in his remarks, and it says it here as well in the presentation, that measures will be implemented. So as part of the, I guess, new part of Angie Drive, there's going to be traffic calming measures. I'm just wondering if he could explain maybe a little bit more in detail of what those measures are, because I don't know necessarily that I think it should only be the new section that's built. I also think that the existing section, like where Angie Drive finishes right now, is going to receive a lot more traffic, and I heard from a lot of residents that that's one of their biggest concerns is the amount of traffic, because now there's going to be an outlet to Gardner Road. So right now they have a dead end, so really no one is actually coming to their street. But as soon as Angie Drive gets opened up to Gardner Road, then they're going to expect to receive a lot more vehicles in front of their house. So it's not just a matter of the new portion of Angie Drive that's being built, it's also in regards to the existing portion of Angie and the surrounding streets there. They're going to get a lot more traffic because there's now going to be a direct connection between Gardner Road and Angie Drive, whereas before everyone either had to go down one more street and then come into the subdivision or come in off of Kaler Road. So I was just wondering, like it says in the presentation that measures will be implemented. I'm wondering if those measures are specifically for the new part of Angie Drive that's going to be built, or if it's going to extend into the existing subdivision, which is where I think they should go. Thanks, Your Worship.
Yeah, Mr. Hurlovich, can you help us with that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. The subdivision that we're dealing with would be the mitigation measures for this portion of the development. Our traffic staff would consult with the residents on Angie Drive and the regarding the speed humps. So typically that's what is used for traffic calming, are those humps which they're not speed bumps. They're raises in the pavement that would slow traffic. And usually that would be done because Angie Drive is an existing street with existing houses, and staff would survey the residents in terms of where those speed humps would be put, and the number of speed humps, etc. So it would be by consensus of the residents, and a report which is typically brought back to council. So council will have an opportunity to deal with that at a later date.
Councillor?
And thanks for that, Mr. Hurlovich. Just a couple other concerns that I don't know if I really saw addressed. One was surface water drainage and the stormwater management pond. So is the intent of the new development to have all the, I guess, not sanitary, but sewer water or runoff water go into the stormwater management pond? And if so, does it have the capacity to hold it? You just heard from, I think it was one or two of the residents that, perhaps that stormwater management pond doesn't have the capacity, that's all.
Mr. Hurlovich?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, to the councillor, there is a requirement that should there be changes to that stormwater pond, the developer would be responsible. The water would be directed towards, from the condominium block that would be most southerly, the townhouses. The parking areas would be directed to storm sewers. Those would link to a storm sewer on Angie Drive, and that would be connected to the storm pond through land that would be held by the city, connecting Angie Drive to the storm pond. And that block of land would also serve as what I'm going to call a swale to also take the stormwater runoff from the surface. I understand that there are some people on properties to the south that have some water that is running onto their property. This would be surface water. There is a subdivision grading plan that will be required, and so that grading plan will address how water is kept to this property and then directed to the storm sewers and ultimately to that pond. And as I say, the pond would have to be improved should there be insufficient capacity.
Okay, you're good with that? Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Hurlovich? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, I do have a couple more. I don't know necessarily that this one is for Mr. Hurlovich, so I think if Mr. Nickel is on the line, one of the residents had written about improvements to Gardner Road, and I know it said that if and when Gardner Road is improved, that there's going to be a bike lane there. I wanted to ask about sidewalks as well, and I also wanted to ask whether or not there was going to be a timeline, I guess, to improving Gardner Road. It does need to be repaired from McLeod to Lundy's Lane, and it is bordering, I guess, the urban boundary. So it's got the urban boundary on one side, and then I guess it would be considered rural on the other side. And if you take a look at different parts of Kaler Road, whether it be from Lundy's Lane all the way to Thurlstone or Lundy's Lane, even north of Thurlstone, we do have a sidewalk on Kaler Road, even though only one side of it is in the urban boundary and the opposite side isn't. So it would be appropriate to put a sidewalk over there on Gardner Road as well. So I wanted to know whether or not that was going to go in, and if and when the city has any timelines on that as well.
Mr. Nickel, did you want to address that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, the requirement for this development will be that we work together on a cost-sharing agreement. As was noted by Mr. Hurlovich's presentation, there's a new sanitary sewer that's required to go between Lundy's Lane and the Angie Drive extension. So that is an ideal time to work together with the applicant on a road reconstruction. The road reconstruction would require them to contribute to the urbanization of that side of Garner Road, the east side of Garner Road, and to pay for the sidewalk at the same time. So that would be our intention, that as part of this development, that the road be urbanized and improved in that short section. And we'd look to include the remainder of Garner Road in our development charges, because we know that the addition of new residents out in Garner Estates and this Garner secondary area, it is putting a further demand on those roads where they do require some improvements to bring bike lanes, as is identified in the transportation master plan.
Councillor?
Good.
That's it? Okay. Any other? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the residents' comments, there was a notation about wetlands. Are there wetlands on this property?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of wetlands on this property.
Okay, thank you. And I have comments later once we go to the second part of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. So no other questions or comments here from Mr. Hurlovich? All right, so we'll move along. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, Your Worship. We do have two residents that did ask to participate, and I believe we have at least one of them on the line. Terry Murray.
Terry Murray. We have them on the line, Mr. Oatley? Yes? Terry, are you
yes.
there?
Yes, good afternoon. Terrence is my name, but yeah, I'll respond to Terry. If
So Terrence it is.
Easier, yeah.
Okay, great. So you have the floor, sir.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I just wanted to bring attention to the written submission that I made, and I guess this is for Mr. Hurlovich and also Mr. Nicol, in reference to the surface water statement that was made a little earlier. Back on June 8th and June 13th, if you remember, we had two heavy storms that came through Niagara, and that property where we meet the southernmost border of the proposed property, and my neighbors' lots, if you look at the diagram, the plan of subdivision, lot 10, lot 9, and lot 8, and also the end townhomes in that line on Long Shafton Crescent were severely affected by water. There was a tremendous amount of water that came through there, and I can't, in review of kind of what was happening with some of the city staff that came through to help remedy what was happening, you can't say all of it was surface water. A big part of the problem that we've come to learn is that storm water management pond, there's some sort of an issue there. And part of the proposal that I submitted in writing was to come up with some sort of plan that can assure the residents in that immediate vicinity of that storm pond that some sort of a maintenance schedule could take place there. We've never seen anybody in that area. When we do see city people in that area cutting the grass in and outside the fence line of the storm pond, they never go in. When we asked them, in the past, because of severe concerns around ticks along the fence line and mosquitoes, if they could go in there and kind of cut back some of that brush that's adjacent to the fence line, their response is, "Oh no, we don't go in there." And this has been true in the many years that establishment, that residential area has been there. We've never seen anybody in that pond area until that storm, when emergency services were called, and they were trying to do their best to figure out why stormwater was working in reverse, rather than that storm drain that's in the back corner of lot 9 working as a drain. It actually worked as a vent. Water was geysering out of that vent, out of that drain, and obliterated my backyard, destroyed all my landscaping. Half the yard was submerged in water. It looked like the Ganges River. It was a lot of water. So we're now trying to figure out why that is. Mr. Nichols kindly responded to me, and as long as his colleague or his employee, Mr. Stika, and I'm in the process now trying to figure out what's going on with that pond. We can't have that happen again. I believe it may have been addressed, because after speaking to the servicemen that came to the property, and then we made reference to the pond and how high the water in that pond was for a period of time. It went down after the workmen actually went in there and investigated. They came and dug around. After they dug around in my backyard, and then they dug around on the street on Shafton Crescent, the days of the storms, those manhole covers, water was right to the manhole cover, like under the street. The water was next to coming out onto the street. That's how full they were, which led us to believe that, you know, something was happening with the outlet of that pond. That pond was not outletting. And you know, looking further, there's something definitely happening back there, which has now left us believing that, or requesting that, you know, the production of some sort of maintenance plan. One, to make sure that water is consistently draining out that storm pond. Two, if that area could be maintained in such a way that ticks are not encroaching onto the property. My neighbor's dog being, you know, subject to ticks and mosquitoes. Sometimes it's hard to sit in our backyards, and you know, ideally it's because of the amount of water that's sitting in that pond. But understanding that pond is there for a purpose, but we just want it to function properly. And if there's something that can be done to help mitigate the ticks and also mitigate the mosquitoes, that'd be great. But to say that all that water was ground surface water coming from the storm, I would have to disagree with that. The water was ejecting out of that drain. I have some other things to talk about. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to that before I proceed.
Okay, Mr. Nicol, did you want to address that, or, yeah? Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first thing I must say is that as a result of a claim for damages, we can't speak about many of the concerns that Mr. Murray has raised. What I can say is that in the context of the development application before you, the stormwater management pond was designed with this development area included. So what I mean by that is that the storm pond is sized to handle the flows from this new development. The drainage area that flows through Mr. Murray's property actually includes part of the land that's proposed for development. So it's a small area, but if anything, the new development would actually reduce the flows that are heading through the drainage area that heads through Mr. Murray's streets. The other thing I think is worth noting is that on those days that were mentioned, we had some intense storms. We had storms that well exceeded 10-year storms. Storm sewers are meant to convey minor drainage, which means a 5-year return period fills our sewers full, which means overland flow routes, so surface flow to drainage outlet receivers, is the primary way that we drain areas and prevent basement flooding, and we prevent property damage. So it's vitally important that those overland drainage flow routes, which include the stormwater management pond, are kept maintained and free and clear so that water can flow through and ultimately reach their ultimate outlet. That is a critical aspect of our review in both this development and the circumstances that happened around earlier in July. What I do want to mention is that there is a potential for us to work together with Mr. Murray on the rear yard drainage at his property and this new development that's coming online. There's a potential we can review it. I'm sure our engineers will be taking the draft plan that's before us today and reviewing that in light of some of the conditions and the final designs with the applicant's engineer. And there's a potential that we could do some improvements so that this is an area that has, you know, very little cost that we can take care of in future. I don't know that there is an easy solution, but we will commit to looking at that. And all of the other comments that were noted and provided, I did also receive in writing, and we'll be reviewing and making sure that our levels of service and maintenance standards are appropriate for the stormwater pond. I will say though that it is very much a stormwater management facility. It's not a decorative pond, and our maintenance levels of service do not allow us the opportunity to go and maintain and beautify those areas. So unfortunately, they're left to naturalize, and that will result in those areas looking a bit overgrown from time to time. But we'll do major maintenance, which would mean trimming back some of the major brush periodically, so once or twice a year. That would be the expected levels of service. But on an ongoing basis, it's not something that we're prepared to maintain and mow regularly. Thank you.
Does that help, Mr. Murray?
Yeah, no, and I wasn't expecting, you know, for the area to be beautified. It was more just to, you know, make it livable, and most importantly, just to make sure that, you know, the pond is functioning properly, right? Because you know, I still trying to figure out why water was backflowing and coming out into my yard instead of going down the drain and going into the design system. it was actually working in reverse, right? So, you know, that is why I'm harping on the point of maintenance, just to make sure that, you know, where the water goes into the pond, it sits in the pond, but it outlets, you know, the way it's supposed to be able to maintain, you know, these event level storms, and it's designed to capture that. It didn't do it on those 2 dates, and you know, I don't want to. I'm not trying to call it negligence or anything like that, but it's that the area was not maintained, which caused what happened. So I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus or anything, but I just need the residents and myself just need to make sure going forward that doesn't happen again, because it's going to be a lot of expenditure to fix what occurred. With that being said, also in that area, some of the requests in regards to that development, because for the most part, we're generally positive about the development. We understand that you know, this kind of development needs to take place, and we're generally you know, positive for it to occur. But we're also hoping that in addition to the maintenance plan, we're hoping that, you know, in terms of splitting the properties, the new development and then the existing properties, a new fence line be developed along that line, a new 8-foot privacy fence that could be erected along that line. The previous fence that was put there by the previous builder is already dilapidated. It's already falling apart, and it wouldn't provide any kind of privacy for the new development or the existing development. So we're hoping that could be looked at as well. We saw there's examples of that kind of fence that I see that the city does put up along the Millennium Trail that separates the trail from the residents along that area. There's a nice erected fence there. Something no different than that would suffice. And also in that same block 51 there, there's a proposed lane where cars would, I guess, go in and out of their driveways. The concern there from stuff I've witnessed in the past, the request there would be to keep some sort of vegetation or hard landscaping at the end of that roadway to prevent any vehicles impacting that fence and coming through into my yard or cause any damage to my family or anybody else, because you know, sometimes things do happen. So that would be the request there for that. So in terms of how to finish off between the two property lines of the new development and the existing homes along that along that fence line. So especially as it relates to lots 9 and 10, you know, going towards the storm pond. If anybody else has voiced it as well, I'm not sure, but in terms of the family beside me, the Robertos and myself, you know, that's something that we're looking forward to seeing and to be totally comfortable with what's being proposed. For the floor plan, ponds, yeah, I think that's about it. So the major two things would be the fence line and then the water drainage to avoid any further damage going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Murray. Your comments were noted. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else online? No? Mr. Oatley says no.
We had one other person asked to be on, but they haven't registered. So I believe that concludes the list of public speakers.
Okay, thank you for that. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Mm-hmm. This be David Falletta? Okay, we've got somebody there. Evan?
I think it would be Evan that would be speaking.
Okay. Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Through you, Your Worship. My name is Evan Sugden. I am a senior planner with Bousfields and am the planning consultant on behalf of the applicant. With me today is David Falletta, and David, I have prepared a presentation to go over the plan of subdivision and discuss sort of the process that has been underway for the last few months. And before I pass it off to David, I just wanted to preface with the fact that we had done the original submission, which did include an apartment building. That apartment building has since been removed, and it was removed because we took the time to attend both the required public open house, but also a standalone neighborhood meeting where we talked with all of the neighbors, took in their concerns, and we removed the apartment block for now until such time that we can review the other lands owned by the applicant in a more holistic way and how they would interact with Lundy's Lane. And so the plan that's presented before you today is a reflection of that, and I'll pass it on to David.
Hello and good afternoon. Thanks, Evan, for that introduction. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Great, thank you. So my name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bousfields. We're the planning consultant on the consultant team, and we're here on behalf of 119-8815 Ontario Limited, who's the owner of the subject site. We've also got a couple of our consultant team members in attendance. So if you do have some technical questions, we have our transportation consultant from PA Group. We have got our civil engineer and our noise consultant. So before I get into the presentation, which I will try not to repeat anything that Alex said earlier, who did a great overview. I do want to thank planning staff, and especially Julie Hanna, Andrew Bryce, and Alex Hurlovich for their assistance with this project. They've really been helpful in connecting us with the community and sort of helping the project evolve into sort of what it is today and address the comments we've received. So next slide, please, Evan. So the agenda that I'm going to speak to today is we're just going to summarize area, context, subject site, what the proposal envisions, other lands owned by the applicant. I'll do a brief policy overview, outline the required approvals, talk a bit about the work that we've completed to date, and then I'm just going to touch on some of the issues that were raised through the submissions and what we've heard from the submissions today. So next slide, please. I think we all know the subject site well. It's in the Garner neighborhood. It's located south of Garner Road. And Alex outlined some of the surrounding uses. And I do want to highlight where the industrial facility is. It's northwest of the subject site, so north of Lundy's Lane, west of Garner Road. And you'll see that it's surrounded by the existing residential camp grounds to the south and east. And then there's also a residential subdivision, Fernwood Estates, to the north off of Hendershot Boulevard. Then of course, some of the other, land use patterns in the neighborhood, you'll obviously see a low-rise residential neighborhood to the south and east of the subject site, which is outlined in red. Then you've got some commercial establishments sort of oriented along Lundy's Lane. And the general pattern in this neighborhood is sort of higher intensity uses are oriented to the major roads. So Lundy's Lane, Garner, Caller Road, you'll see higher intensity uses like commercial, townhouse, low-rise apartments, and of course the industrial facility. Next slide, Evan, please. A bit about the subject site. It's clearly vacant at the moment. There's just some brush vegetation, and it's generally flat. It's obviously at the extension or terminus of Angie Drive, and it has frontage on Garner Road. You'll see the surrounding land uses, developed urban type residential uses to the south and east, and existing single-family dwelling to the south, and then some existing commercial developments along Lundy's Lane. Next slide, please. The proposal, as you'll see here, is just a residential draft plan of subdivision, shows the extension of Angie Drive, which we're calling Street A. And then there's a range of residential single detached lots, lots 1 to 47, and they're generally 10.7 or 13.7 meters, which is approximately 36 or 46 feet. The corner lots have additional lot width in order to accommodate exterior side yards. There's also 8 street townhouses, which are 20 feet wide or 6.1 meters, shown in yellow. And then the final block is a block townhouse development, which is 12 units with a central driveway and some parking, and all within obviously a private driveway, which is intended for future condominium tenureship. The next site, again, I'm trying to go quickly because Alex identified some of these. Just trying to highlight that the applicant does own additional lands to the east and north of the draft plan. There was, as you've heard, a 6-story apartment block proposed at the corner of Street A and Garner Road. We have since removed it, and given the comments that we heard from the public, we think that it's worthy of a master planning process where we will look at the lands comprehensively and address the comments that we've heard from the public. I think there's an opportunity to work collaboratively to really create something special and address the policy framework that applies to these lands. Next slide, please. Just going to touch generally on what we heard from a servicing perspective. We did submit a functional servicing report and stormwater management report. We identified where water and sanitary connections will and can occur. We are still working with city staff in terms of where that sanitary connection is preferred. Obviously, there's a preference for the city for it to come down Garner Road, and those are addressed in the draft plan conditions, which require detailed engineering design. Actually, if you want to just go back one more second. In addition, from a stormwater management perspective, we did do a stormwater management report that identified that there sort of a scheme on how to address stormwater that would be created from these lands. And it did come up with a scheme. And as you've heard earlier, it's subject to more detailed design, which will occur through the registration process. We'll identify where those catch basins go, how big those pipes are, and how to accommodate existing drainage. And now that we've heard from the public where some of those existing drainage issues are, we will work with staff to address them and ensure that where we can, we'll improve those situations. Traffic is the next comment. And we heard a lot in our 2 meetings with the public about traffic, and there were significant concerns about through traffic traveling at higher speeds along Angie Drive. We heard that the kids in the neighborhood play on the streets, they play ball hockey, and we don't want to take that away. So we want to make sure that whatever we do here, creates a safe environment for the existing neighborhood. So the BA Group, who is our transportation consultant on this project, they worked closely and they looked at opportunities to improve safety, and they did recommend some traffic calming measures. And as you heard from Mr. Hurlovich, there is a condition that requires a more detailed design look at how we implement these traffic calming measures. And we're looking forward to, again, working with city staff on implementing those conditions. Next slide, please. I'm just going to touch on the planning policy overview. Next slide. From an urban structure perspective, the Niagara Falls official plan identifies these lands as greenfield and urban residential. So the intention is to create housing for the city. Next slide, please. There's also a I think we missed one, but I think we missed a slide. But in terms of this slide, it's a phasing plan, and it basically identifies that the subject site is within phase 1, so it's intended to develop immediately, and there doesn't appear to be any policy reasons why it would come at a later phase. Next slide, please. From a land use perspective, the subject site again is designated residential, and it's intended to accommodate a full range of housing. So in our opinion, the proposal conforms with the land use and urban structure, as well as the phasing policies of the Niagara Falls official plan. Next slide, please. In terms of the Garner Road secondary plan, obviously it's a more detailed policy framework that applies to the site. It's designated residential. It encourages a variety of housing forms and lot sizes to accommodate all of the different age groups, family sizes, and income levels across the city. The target is for 70% single and two-family dwellings and 30% multiple family dwellings. As we mentioned earlier, this would obviously, in our opinion, the proposal conforms and would help accommodate these ratios and the housing needs in the neighborhood. As I mentioned, we are going to be looking at the remainder of the lands owned by the applicant to see how we can start to incorporate some of those more intense residential uses to address these policy requirements. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning, the majority of the site is zone DH, which is a development holding zone, and a small portion of the site is zone TC. The only thing I wanted to highlight here is that the DH zone is the current zone that applies to the site. It does allow for residential uses. And I'll come back to that later in terms of the range of uses permitted and why that's important. Next slide. I just want to highlight that the site does fall within the Lundy's Lane Community Improvement Area, and it's just to highlight the fact that it's obviously council's intention to revitalize this area, and I think the development of this site in the design that's included before you today will help to address council's intention for a mixed-use community. Next slide. Just want to highlight the required approvals. Mr. Herlovich identified that before you today is a draft plan of subdivision and a zoning bylaw amendment. And we are supportive of staff's recommendations, including the conditions of draft plan approval and the proposed zoning bylaw amendment with the modifications that Mr. Herlovich identified earlier. I did identify to staff that there was a condition, there was concern with one condition, 7C. We received some clarification today, and it relates to Garner Road and what those road improvements are. Condition C, in our opinion, seems to be a bit ambiguous. We prefer that it be a little bit more specific in terms of how it's applied. We just don't want to, we don't think it's appropriate that the applicant be on the hook for the full urbanization of the entire road, including, the bike lane and, sidewalks on both sides, curbs and all that fun stuff. We just think it's in our opinion, it appears to be, beyond the scope of this development. We do understand that there should be development charges that would be applied to those. And we just want to have a bit of clarification in terms of what specifically would be required as part of the approval of this application. Next slide. So just want to briefly highlight that we have done a whole bunch of work in terms of what studies have been done. So you'll see before you that we've done obviously a planning report, shadow study, functional servicing report, stormwater management report, traffic study, phase 1 environmental study, traffic brief, and an air quality analysis. So we've provided all of these studies and reports to staff. We've received technical responses, and we think based on our review and our analysis that the proposal does conform to the applicable policy framework and is very supportive of staff's position and our position, which is that these applications should be approved. And I'd be happy to answer any of your questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Fletta. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Fletta? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I want to thank Mr. Fletta for the presentation. I just thought it was really nice of them to meet all the residents too. They've had a lot of concerns. I know that myself and Councillor Pietrangelo met a big crowd at Angie Drive, and the biggest concern was the apartment building going up, and obviously you guys aren't going forward for that, so that helps a lot. The other concerns were traffic, and I think you addressed that, and you have Terrence's comments about drainage, and I think they were all responded to. The one, and it's not really your department, I guess, to talk about schools, but I know the schooling is, the kids, there's so many kids in that area, and they say Forest View Elementary has more kids than West Lane High School. So I don't know if we have anyone, it's not a question to the applicant, but is there any intention on a school being built, elementary, or I guess it wouldn't be high school because there's so many kids there, but does anyone know that? Like, I don't know if this is a question for Eric Nickel or
Mr. Hurlovich.
Or Mr. Hurlovich. Is there any plans for any more additional elementary schools?
So let's see if we can get an answer. Who would know the answer? Mr. Hurlovich, would you know that answer of the land already purchased by the school board?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are 2 elementary schools in the Garner neighborhood. There's an additional school planned for Kaler and McLeod Road. So once that school is developed at Kaler McLeod, it will probably alleviate some of the crowding at Forest View and Kate Durden School. And so that would then accommodate some of those students. So if that answers the councillor's question.
Okay, thank you. And just thank you for the applicant and for his consultants on meeting all of the residents surrounding. I really think you helped out by not building the apartment building, because that was their major concern there. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I've been watching this for many months, to how they started out with a 6-story apartment building. And I thought that was great, because on Garner Road, we have apartments there growing up. And I thought that was a good idea. But I have to say that the people, the owners and the consultant, really listen to the people in the area, in all areas. And I think that this final proposal that's being done here, the traffic calming and what's going to be there, I think our responsibility is the Garner Road and the school. We're not the school board, but even in the report, the school board says they would look after everything that's going to happen there. The other really interesting thing, if you want to solve the water management issues, is develop this property and do it properly, because our engineering people are certainly the experts and going to make all of the concerns about, and we had the worst storm that we were talking about early that I've ever seen in the city of Niagara Falls. And I think this is a congratulations to everybody involved in listening to the people and working with our staff. And I would be happy to, when you close the meeting, to make the motion for approval.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments of council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. A lot of the things that I was concerned about for the residents have been addressed. There were 2 things I wanted to ask you, though. Regarding the Daniel and Partners letter that was added to our agenda regarding the industrial aspect, could you address some of their concerns, the noise study and the other comments that they had?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. Thank you for that comment. We did review the letter, and we haven't heard from them before the letter, so it is concerning to us. Obviously, BV Glazing, as they've noted in their letter, they're an employer. They've got a lot of people that work there, and we want to make sure that we're developing in a pattern that makes sense and that addresses policy when you're having sensitive land uses near industrial operations. We did review it from both an air quality perspective, and the Pynchon environmental report, which we submitted to staff, identified that there were from an air perspective, they did an air quality analysis and it concluded that facility is a Class 2 facility. And then there are currently no environmental permits or registrations in the Ministry of Environment database. It identified that there were no other entries and that in their opinion, records reviewed and experience of the assessor, the proposed setback is sufficient to prevent any incompatibility arising from air contaminants. And then we had our noise our noise consultant look at it as well. And they note the following, that they attended the facility when they conducted their analysis, and they didn't identify any significant stationary noise sources from that facility. And then I think what's most important is that they identified that there are existing residential uses surrounding that site. And they noted in their letter that there have been noise complaints, and as a result of those noise complaints, the facility had to upgrade their mechanical equipment to address them. So again, both of our noise consultant and our air quality consultant have reviewed it and are comfortable that what we're proposing here does not conflict with their operations and will not create any further hindrance. And we're happy to reach out to them and see if there's any additional assertions that we can make that will help, either through noise warning clauses or otherwise, that will help address their concerns.
Okay, thank you. I was going to suggest contacting the glazing company, but you've already offered, so that's great. I was just a little bit concerned that the noise concerns were not in the noise study regarding BV glazing, so if that could be addressed, that would be great. And the other question that I had was, I know a lot of the residents were looking for a park in the area because there are so many children. We have talked about the safety of the children, the schooling of the children. Is there a reason why there's no park? I know that there's cash in lieu of park, but is there a possibility to get a park in there somewhere?
Yeah, and great question. But before we get out to the park, I do want to mention one thing about the employment or the employer in the area. We do, because of their concerns, we do request that council approve the application today, and we'll still have an opportunity, obviously, on the back end to discuss options with them. As it relates to the park, our primary focus today is to proceed with the residential development for these portion. And in our opinion, the park was not planned through the neighborhood secondary plan. And
yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I mean, I didn't want to make it part of the recommendation, but I really do think that traffic staff should be looking at the area that would be east of the development. I mean, if you can picture, like if you live at the corner of Angie and Ernest, right now you're at the limits of the subdivision. But as soon as Angie Drive gets opened up to Gardner Road, you're now then at the mouth of the subdivision if you're coming from the west. So anyone that lives on Angie, on Ernest, on Pauline, on Fausta, on Jennifer, there's a number of streets in there. If you're coming from the west, you're going to be entering from Angie Drive. I don't think we contemplated that before. I didn't want to make it part of the recommendation, but I really do think that traffic staff should be looking at that area now as though we have an entrance from Gardner, so there's going to be a lot more traffic coming through that intersection there. So I'll make a motion. Yeah, absolutely, Your Worship.
Mr. Mayor.
Traffic staff look at that.
Okay, so the motion is, I'm coming to you, Councillor. So the motion then, Councillor Pietrangelo, is?
Yeah, Your Worship, I would like basically streets east of the development to be reevaluated, because I don't think that the initial evaluation was ever on the basis that that opening from Gardner Road was there. So I think it's going to bring more traffic. I mean, the residents have a very legitimate concern. So we should be looking at implementing some measures that are really going to make it safe for people to travel through there.
Okay, great. And we've got it seconded by Councillor Strange. Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We made this motion once before. If council goes back through their emails, I made this motion about 3 months ago. We got an email back that staff had gone to study it and that the traffic calming measures would be implemented during or after this was either passed or denied. So we have asked them to do that and they have reviewed that. If they could resend their answer to council, that would be great, because it was copied to all of us.
Okay, so Mr. Nickel, or if you could maybe give us some insight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to weigh in on this one. Councillor Ioannoni is exactly correct. I was going to try to make a comment earlier. She did make that motion, and we have previously studied Angie Drive. We can apply some theoretical traffic to it, but I think it would be our preference that we do a restudy once we see some of the build out of the new development, so that we can have a real analysis of what traffic is using that linkage. We know that residents will likely use it, but we don't know if it will act as any other cut through traffic. So our traffic calming toolbox has a number of tools that can be used to identify improvements. We just need to know what the issues are. Is it speeding? Is it not stopping? Is it strictly traffic volumes? So my preference would be, and we absolutely are intending on doing this anyways, that we go back after build out has reached a saturation point of maybe 50% and residences are moving in and the road's open. Now we start to go back in, do a reevaluation, and come back to council with the recommended improvements.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you for that, sir. Yes, Councillor Ioannoni.
Mr. Nickel, can I say that the reason I brought that motion up the first time is to echo Councillor Pietrangelo and Strange's and Lococo's comments on that's happening now. The residents are telling us it's happened now. When parents have to sit in the middle of the road so their kids can play ball hockey so that cars can't come through, that's happening right now. So I was a little, I think I responded, like, I'm a little disappointed that we're going to wait until after this application came before us, because it's only going to exacerbate the problem that I highlighted when I raised it that night. So thank you for remembering sending that. And I hope that, like Councillor Pietrangelo says, something can be done now and not wait in the long term.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo, then I'm assuming you want to just withdraw the motion if we've already got it on the
Yeah, I
table.
mean, if staff are coming back with a report and they're going to reevaluate the situation, I'm fine with that, Your Worship.
Okay, all right, that's great. All right, thank you to everybody for your input, and to Mr. Sugden and Folletta, thank you for your presentation. Thank you. All right, moving along on the agenda. Did we not call the vote? On which one? No, he withdrew it. What am I missing here? Did Councillor Pietrangelo, did you not withdraw the? Yeah, it's already been. Right. It's already, yeah, so it's already been made before, a few months ago. Yep. Okay, so we're good, Mr. Clerk, to move along. Can you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the conversion of the existing detached dwelling to a triplex located at 5563 Slater Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, July 19th. I'll say that one more time, on Friday, July 9th, 2021, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
6.2, here we are. Thank you very much. I now ask Mr. Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The property in question is on the west side of Slater Avenue, across from the warehouse facilities for Post. The property is outlined in blue, so there's Post and its warehouse facilities directly across the street. To the north are single detached dwellings. There are a few motels in the neighborhood, and there are single detached dwellings further to the west. Excuse me. The property in question originally had a single detached dwelling on the property. The owner began some renovations to that building, and because he was not correctly zoned, we worked with him to bring this zoning application forward. So that is to change the zoning from a deferred tourist commercial to a residential 3 zone, which would allow him to have the triplex that was pictured at the beginning of this slideshow. In addition to the R3 zone, he's looking to address the maximum lot area that can be used for parking. So the parking would come off Slater along a driveway, and there would be parking for 4 vehicles at the back of the building to serve 3 units. And so there's a parking area 44.7% instead of 30% as allowed. The maximum parking in the rear yard would also be 159 square meters instead of 40 square meters. As well, because this building was constructed on the existing foundation, we're looking for an interior side yard width of 1.6 meters instead of the standard 3 meters. And they're looking for the minimum front yard depth of 3 meters instead of 6 meters. Again, this was the original foundation wall of the front porch for this building. They're looking for a minimum lot frontage of 15.24 meters instead of the standard 21 meters, and a minimum lot area, of 489 square meters instead of 740 square meters. The elevations are here. So the front elevation facing Slater Street, there would be a front entrance, and then there are 3 units that are stacked one on top of the other. The back wall facing towards that parking lot provides balconies and emergency escape for those 3 units. And then the south side facing the closest neighbor, there are minimum windows for a proposed bedroom. And then on the north side facing the driveway are windows as well facing serving the bedrooms in these units. The applicant has applied for a zoning bylaw amendment. As I stated, the lands are designated tourist commercial, which permits residential dwellings. The lands are zoned deferred tourist commercial, as I mentioned, and they are looking for an R3 zone to allow the triplex dwelling with those site modifications that I mentioned. We did receive 2 emails of concern requesting that the property be fenced, and concerns regarding drainage for this property, and a second email asking that cedar trees be planted along the rear property line to provide some additional privacy. Again, this is a picture of what the building will look like. The intention is to install a privacy fence around the property. Because the building is not completed, they will be directing the drain pipes away from the building once a building permit is issued, and the building department will review and approve the drainage plan for the subject lands. Again, looking at provincial policies, this residential development will add to the diversity of housing options for residents. It's transit supportive and will help the city meet its intensification targets. The submitted D6 guidelines for compatibility analysis notes the post-food facilities across the street. Proposed development meets the air emission standards. The submitted noise study did indicate ventilation mitigation measures are not required. However, windows that mitigate noise impacts would be required. Those would be those large windows at the front where you saw boards because the building again is not finished. The official plan designates the lands tourist commercial. Standalone residential development is permitted under the tourist commercial policy. The proposed density of 61 units per hectare is appropriate for the triplex, and it's designed to maintain the existing setbacks, and its height and its street presence is in character with the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant did submit a noise study, and there are no land use compatibilities, but I did mention the need for windows to be installed, which mitigate the sounds from the truck movements across the street. The property is currently zoned deferred tourist commercial, and as I said, they are looking for an R3 zone, which would permit the triplex building. And I've already reviewed the modifications, but they're looking to those standard R3 zone. The lot area reduction will allow the 3 units to be developed. It's at a density of 61 units a hectare. We are supportive of the easterly side yard, as well as a reduced front yard depths, because those are existing dimensions. The reduction of the south interior side yard can be supported as it's an established setback, as I said. The increased parking areas supported because it will provide for 4 parking spaces to serve the 3 units, and the increase in lot area can be used for that parking can be supported because, again, it accommodates the land use proposed. The amending bylaw would limit the permitted uses on the property to a triplex and any accessory buildings, and to mitigate the impacts of increased parking on surrounding properties. The amending bylaw should require a 1.8 meter high closed board fence. To address the comments of the region regarding the noise study, it's recommended that the applicant enter into a development agreement to require warning clauses for the tenants and that future owners about the noise impacts, and to secure the window construction that will mitigate those expected noise emissions. The proposed development does conform with provincial policies and will assist with the city meeting its intensification targets. The proposed development conforms with the city's official plan, and the requested R3 zone would permit triplexes with the requested modifications to the regulations. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment for the residential mixed R3 zone with the regulations outlined in this report, and that prior to amending the bylaw, they enter into a development agreement to secure the clauses regarding the warning, clauses of adjacent industries, and the recommended noise attenuation measures. Those are the highlights of this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Questions of council? Councillor Campbell, and then Dabrowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. What are the guarantees that this is not going to turn into an Airbnb?
Okay, Mr. Hurlovich, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the property would be zoned R3, and the zoning that the council has passed, which is before council, before the LPAT, or now the Ontario Land Tribunal, the bylaw that council passed would not allow Airbnbs in residential zones, only in tourist commercial, general commercial, and DC commercial. So because it's residential, it would not be permitted as of right. They would have to come back and apply site specifically for a vacation rental unit on this property.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Dabrowski, then Lococo.
Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Hurlovich. Mr. Hurlovich, the presentation, the cover page has the picture. I guess it's not an artist rendering. That's the actual triplex that we're approving a building permit on. Like, has construction already begun?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, construction had commenced. It was the application was submitted as a renovation to an existing dwelling. They were to start raising the roof on the building. When the inspector went out there, the property was discovered to not comply with what was intended, and so a stop work order was issued probably about a year ago, and we've been working with the applicant to bring the proper application in, and so the building has been in that condition for about a year. Okay. And so this would rectify that. It would put the zoning in place, allow him to apply for and secure the proper building permits, and ensure that we are building safe housing.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dabrowski. We've got Councillor Lococo, then Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Herlovich. In the neighborhood open house slide, it says that it is their intention to install a fence around the property. And the other ones, the roof water will be directed. I'm kind of stuck on that their intention. Is there anything stronger that we can put in there that they are required to put the fence and the trees in there instead of, intentions are great, sometimes things change, and if we don't put it in here now, the developer could go without having the fence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I may have covered that too quickly, but one of the recommendations in the report was to require that a 1.8 meter high fence be installed around the perimeter of the property, and to have that as a provision in the zoning bylaw in that R3 zone. So that would require that fence. They would require, we can then work as well on the planting of the cedar trees that was requested. But planting of cedar trees would not be a zoning matter.
Right, but it could be approval through the whole concept.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lococo. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question, just trying to understand how it would work in terms of inspections. I know that, when someone's building a building, there's different inspections that they have to have. And I know City Hall has been criticized in the past for not inspecting. In this case, I don't think we had the ability to inspect before it was built. I wonder how we approach that and whether or not we take any liability for what's been built, or is it the applicant who then has to go get an engineer's report saying that what they built is structurally sound? Because I can't imagine that the city would want any liability if we weren't able to go out there and make sure that everything was being done properly.
Okay, Mr. Herlovich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the past, we have required engineering certificates to be issued. As I said, the inspectors were out there. They built this building. The building existed. So it's not a brand new construction. So it's an existing foundation. They did add onto the building. They built basically the top floor of this building. So it was a 2-story building with a low attic. They added the 3rd floor. But the building is what you see in that picture is basically a shell of a building. So they will be able to complete the balance of the inspections with respect to plumbing, insulation. We don't inspect electrical, that's Niagara Peninsula Energy. So we will be able to complete those inspections. And as I say, it's an existing foundation, and the engineer can certify that.
Great. All right, thank you for that. Any other questions of council for Mr. Herlovich? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered?
Your Worship, we do not have any members of the public that had registered for this public meeting. We do have agents on behalf of the applicant available should council have any questions.
Okay, all right, great. Well, to the applicants, do you have any questions or comments rather that you'd like to offer to council? Or will we just go with our staff report that's been presented to us?
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to be recognized. I think Mr. Herlovich has answered all the questions and done a great job in his presentation. If I could suggest anything, that we feel that this is a proposed triplex is a gentle form of intensification on that property. It's an opportunity for some reinvestment into that neighborhood to increase the housing supply, and that it makes efficient use of existing services and infrastructure. The development, in our opinion, complies with the PPS and the growth plan and the Niagara Regional Plan and the City of Niagara Falls official plan. My name is Corey Armfeldt. I'm here advocating on behalf of the client for NPG Solutions, who's my employer, and I thank yourself and council for the opportunity to speak to this matter this evening.
Great, thanks, Mr. Armfeldt. Well, then, if there's no further questions of council, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that this be approved. There's 2 recommendations. And if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Okay, moving along to reports. So first report, F 2021-43, the 2021 property tax penalty and interest rate. What is the will of Councillor Kerrio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, it's never been my feeling that we should be doing this the way we do it. So my suggestion would be that we're still in the recovery mode, and we should carry this on to the end of the year the way it is. And then I think staff should bring it back to us. And Your Worship, it should come back to us reflective of what staff's heard from the council in the past, that we collectively feel that the rate is a little bit unreasonable. And we understand that this is put in place to deter taxpayers from using the city as their bank. But, Your Worship, the way that the interest rates are today, to go from what the city borrows money to charging this rate, I think it's just punishing the taxpayers too much that can't afford to pay. So I think that we should send it back, do it the way it is, leave it the way it is till the end of December, and then have staff come in prior to coming back at the beginning of the year with some options, giving us some rates that the council thought might be reasonable. Obviously, with the intent in mind to deter taxpayers from using this in place of their money, but not to punish them so much at this rate. So that would be my motion, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So we got a motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Thompson, that we send this back and leave it as it is until the end of the year and ask for a report to come back in advance of the 31st of December.
I tried to do this 3-4 years ago about changing the percentage. And we did a survey all over Ontario, and it came back, everybody's doing 15. But I agree with the pandemic that we should put it off to the end of the year and reconsider it. I second the motion.
Okay, so I'm gonna, I've got Councillor Dabrowski, Councillor Pietrangelo, and then we'll also ask our CAO to weigh in and before we tie it up and call it up for a vote. So Councillor Dabrowski?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Kerrio and Councillor Thompson. I know the province is in stage 3, but us as a municipality, gaming obviously is affected. We have about a quarter of the people back to work, but there's a lot of people still within our municipality that's negatively affected by COVID. We are on the road to recovery, but we're still a long ways away. CRB's been extended until I think October 23rd. There's other financial help in place as well. So yeah, I'll concur with Councillor Thompson and Councillor Kerrio with their thought process.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. The other part of the report that I would hope it could include would be whether or not we use, I guess, the penalty for people who don't pay their taxes as a revenue stream. I realize that most municipalities probably use it as a revenue stream. Personally, I would like to see us not rely on people defaulting on taxes as a revenue stream. I mean, I think it should be pulled out of the revenue side in our operating budget, and perhaps we can just, use it at the end of the year as a windfall and dedicate it to whatever infrastructure project we need, whether we donate it to the hospital, whether we put it into a park, whatever the case might be. It could be money that we use at the end of the year. I think, the conundrum that we were kind of caught in at the beginning of this year is, well, if you pull it out, you already have it in as a revenue stream, which I don't really know that I agree with. So maybe that can be part of the report that comes back as well.
You open to that as the mover, Councillor Kerrio? Yeah. Okay, and the seconder, Councillor Thompson, you're good with adding that in? Yeah. Okay, great. So maybe Mr. Staff, I think that's your name it says there, if you could maybe weigh in.
Through just a point of clarification for the motion, is it acceptable to council we bring that back in October because that would tie into the budget process? Thank you.
Okay, so that's good with the mover and the seconder. Okay, great. Well, if there's no further comments or questions, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, okay, so that's unanimous. All right, thank you for that. Staying on the same topic of money, 7.2 is debt funding of capital projects. Is there a direction of council regarding the debt financing for the Fire Station 7? Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we move the recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you. 7.3, capital project closing report as of June 30th, 2021. There are 3 recommendations. Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. If there's no discussion to that, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. And 7.4, tax-supported operating fund 2019 budget to actual comparison. There are 2 recommendations there.
Mr. Mayor, I have a conflict on this.
Yeah, okay, right. Conflict by Councillor Lococo, and a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we move the 2 recommendations. We'll call that vote. All those in...
I think this is the little building. That's the little building that's facing the IHOP on Lundy's Lane. It looks like it's about 20 by 50. It just seems like for us to spend $500,000 to replace that building seems a little bit high. So I might like someone to weigh in on that, or, well, no, but they want to replace it, and we want to replace it. I know that there was, in the report, talks about spending a lot of money to fix it, but now they want to spend $500,000 to put up a 20 by 50 utility building. It's 20 by 50. It's about the size of my garage. So it's not a very big building. So I just didn't know whether or not we had a really good look at that.
Well, let's get some, I see Mr. Nicol is online. Looks like he's ready to tackle that one. So, Mr. Nicol.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Councillor Kerrio. The building that we're hoping to replace has a square footage of about 1,200 square feet. We've done some initial estimates, and timing is really critical here. We can't go without a facility for too long, so we've looked at some prefab options, and they range anywhere from $200 to $300 a square foot. And then we have to look at the servicing requirements, fit and finish. So we've done some high-level estimates. We know the market may be relatively volatile right now. We also know that this is going to be a more costly endeavor than it would be for something like, say, residential construction, being a municipal project. So what we've tried to identify is a high-level cap of $500,000. But the very first step for us is to go away to work with an architect and an engineering cost consultant who's going to work on the lowest life cycle cost alternative for us. We know this building could be a great operations building, and it could also serve as a community building that will offer washrooms for those who are visiting the cemetery and for those who might be traveling down Lundy's Lane. So we want to make sure we do it right, because the building at this point is in a state of disrepair that I don't believe that any further investments will be worth it. So the commitment we are making is that we'll go back and we'll work through with our consultants to find something that's not a Taj Mahal, it's not a Cadillac, it serves our needs, but it also has some curb appeal and comes in on a budget that's relatively palatable.
Councillor Kerrio? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. All right, let's call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Item 7.7, recommended parking fine increase effective January 1st of next year. There's 2 recommendations. Councillor Dabrowski? Okay, motion made by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Strange. Councillor Lococo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if it's a typo or if it was meant, but halfway through the first page with stop on or within 30 meters of a bridge structure, it goes from $50 down to $35. That's the only one that went down. So I'm wondering if it's a typo.
Who on staff would like to? Oh, Mr. Nicol.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the councillor, through you, if the councillor could repeat that, I just had to navigate to that section.
Sure, it's stop on/in or within 30 meter bridge structure tunnel. And the current is $50 and then it goes down to 35. It's about halfway down the page. In
Yeah,
that
thanks,
section,
Councillor. I see that. So maybe just start with some of the premise of why we're here. So we came with this report, last, I think in the spring or maybe previous to that. And we did not get approval from council to raise fines. So as we go to the schedule of fees process that's starting in September, we wanted some direction on how we're going to deal with fines. What I'd be happy to do is the direction today is that we include these in our schedule of fines. So I'll take that back to the team. If council is willing to move in this direction, I'll review that item specifically and make sure that we're including the correct number. I just don't have the information available at my fingertips today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nichol, then what's your recommendation in terms of the recommendation? Are you still okay with this, or are you thinking there could end up being an amendment, or what's your?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, what I would recommend is that the recommendation we have before you is that we include these parking fine increases in the schedule of fees. So we'll review that one specifically. You're not locking in everything that may be a typo. So if there was a mistake, we'll correct it so that you'll get another chance to see those fees when they come back in the approval of the schedule of fees.
Okay.
The other alternative is to provide some direction today, and we can come back with an amendment in September to clarify. Either way, we know we'll take a look at that and make sure it's addressed.
Okay, all right, that's great. So I'll go to the mover, Councillor Dabrowski, on what he'd like to do.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And when I think back to February, and staff came to us with this report, and I think I stood up and made the motion that we defer this until we feel the residents are financially prepared for the increases. So I think we're at that point, and I'm positive Mr. Nichol and his staff will cross all their T's and dot their I's to make sure that the fines are set accordingly. So if it requires an amendment, but either way, I'm happy to have staff go back and look at those fines and those amounts without making an amendment. So either way.
Okay, so
whatever's easier.
Okay, Mr. CEO, what would you like us to do?
Through the mayor to council, Mr. Nichol's correct. The binding motion will be when you pass the fees bylaw, and we'll correct any changes then. And if council wants, council could also at that point in time also make changes at that point in time. So this is really just providing staff direction to move forward with this level of increase. And if council is satisfied with that, you can fine tune it at the next meeting.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so we'll hold still with the motion. Moved by Councillor Dabrowski, and it was seconded by Councillor Strange. If there's no further discussions, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's great. And good catch, Councillor Lococo. That was a good catch. Okay, moving along to item 7.6, 4500 Park Street building, decommissioning and soil remediation construction update. There are 3 recommendations there. What's the will of council? Okay, motion by Councillor Campbell that we move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Strange. Do we have any questions or comments to the motion? Okay, seeing none, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
sorry, I did have a
Oh, I'm
comment.
sorry.
That's okay.
Me too.
Okay, so we got a question, Councillor Lococo, then Iannoni.
I'm concerned, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm concerned about the amount of money that we're putting into this property. I'm one of the first people to say that we need to get affordable housing. I do get that, but I'm just wondering, and I wasn't in the in-camera meeting, so I don't know what information was into that might have informed me in a different way. But right now I'm at the point of saying we're putting a lot of money into this property, and I'm not sure if we would be using the money in a more effective way. The other thing I wanted to know is if we decide not to move forward with affordable housing because we're putting so much money into it, would we not still have to put the money into it because it's an environmental issue right now? We can't just put the dirt back in the hole and then walk away. We have to remediate it at some point. What would be the cost if we just remediated it and put it back in, put the dirt back in the hole, remediated it, and walked away from it, compared to having to hand it over to the region per our agreement with them that we put in place? Is it going to be the same cost? would it cost less for us just to call it a day, or is it going to be the same amount of money moving forward?
Okay, thank you for the question. We'll go to our CAO for response.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, those are good questions. Without breaking anything in closed session, what I would say is the councillor is correct. We're in the middle of environmental remediation. It's best to clean up the property and actually get to a record of site condition. That increases the value the most and protects the investment for the taxpayer. And staff have information that was provided in camera that would say that the amount invested would not exceed the fair market value of the property. So therefore, there's the ability to recover that even if council decides to move differently in a different manner away from affordable housing. So that would be the two comments to address the concern. Staff's comfortable with the with protecting the taxpayers' downside risk on this environmental cleanup.
Councillor Lococo?
Thank you. I do have a further question. Are we satisfied with the new information that has come to light in the public report that there's a lot more environmental issues with the property? Are we satisfied that people will be able to live there? I know we've had environmental assessments done, and we had the boreholes, and we had all of that. But we didn't know about all of the stuff that's there. So if we move forward, are we satisfied that people will be able to live there?
Okay, so I guess we'll go to Mr. Nicol to answer that one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor on those comments. So the remediation work right now is all being done in order to change the ultimate land use to a more sensitive land use. So the Ministry of Environment rules on and dictates with their standards on what soil parameters are needed in order to allow something like housing or say daycare, which is more sensitive in a land use than something that was say formerly a commercial industrial site or a parking lot. So upon conclusion of our record of site condition filing, which is a summary of all the work we've done to date and all the sampling of the soils that have been excavated and all the sampling of the soil that remains, we will be able to definitively prove to the Ministry of Environment that the site is suitable for the building of residential units or for a potential transfer or change in land use to something more sensitive. And we're achieving that residential standard, which is the highest of standards. So we know that it will be, once completed, available for use as a residential site.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions that I have for right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the report in front of us, I'm not going to support the motion. And as supportive as I am of affordable housing, we are at double the cost of the estimated value of this. I'm having flashbacks of the service center where we have doubled the cost of remediation there also. And we don't know that this is at the end of the day all that it's going to cost us. I think there's probably a better piece of land. And I'm hoping I'm wrong, but it would seem to me that we picked a piece of property very much like the service center that shouldn't be built on. So I'm going to vote against the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got the motion moved and seconded. Is that right? Just want to make sure, Mr. Okay, good. All right. So we've got the comments. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? No. Right. Okay. And with 2 opposed, Councillor Lococo, you're opposed too? Yes. Okay. Okay. So that passes.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the question?
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's comment on not breaching confidentiality of in camera, once in camera is ratified, can we discuss that?
I guess, do I go to our clerk or do I go?
I guess my question is, when the clerk reads out ratification of in camera, is he reading out the motion that was made and passed?
Mr. Clerk?
For the purposes of ratifying the in-camera, my intent today was on this particular matter to state that council is being provided some, giving some direction to staff on options for affordable housing at this location. It was not to release any details of that.
Okay, Councillor?
Okay.
Okay, so we are moving on to 7.9. Draft plan of subdivision, a modification of draft plan approval for St. Thomas More Drive. There are 3 recommendations, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. If there's no discussion to that, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. Item 7.10, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment regarding River Road and Eastwood Crescent. There are, let me just get there. Give me 1 second, sorry. There are 3 recommendations there. The will of council. Everybody looking at their shoes? Yes. Councillor Strange.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, to approve the third what's that?
Making a motion to approve the third one. I know he's yelling at me back there.
Okay. Well, you got your mic on now?
Yep.
Okay, motion to approve the third recommendation. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Dabrowski. Okay, we've got a seconder. We've got the motion on the floor. Discussion. Councillor Thompson.
We approve vacation rental in a single-family area. And we're hearing from the individual on a regular basis about how it's interfering with his life in his single-family home. How can we do that? And not only that, I don't know why we're waiting so long with LPAT to make a decision on this. And we discussed it before, and we said we don't want vacation rentals, Airbnbs in single-family areas. So how can we approve number 3?
Okay, well, let's ask Mr. Hurlovich. Mr. Hurlovich, you're online still here. Maybe you can help us with the recommendation.
Yes, thank you. Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation was based on the fact that we do have official plan policies that are before the board, so they are not yet approved. But those policies basically said we normally would not allow vacation rentals into a residential area, but we would allow them by official plan amendment and zoning amendment if they could show that there was sufficient area to park a car, that there was sufficient area, open space on the lot, that there wasn't an undue concentration of legal VRUs in the area. And so we did review it on the basis of those official plan policies, even though they are not yet approved. And that was the recommendation of staff then, that this one vacation rental unit could be supported by staff. But that was based on policies that are not yet in place.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Thompson, you're good?
I think this is very dangerous. We haven't got the decision from LPAT, and if we start approving vacation rentals in a single-family area, they could affect how would they handle the decision on the bylaw. I think this is really dangerous.
Okay, Councillor Campbell?
Yes,
Yep. On that? Oh, on what he said? Councillor Campbell, it's a comment to the comments,
Sure,
to that
go
point?
ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Kerrio, so you'd like a response?
I would.
Okay, Mr. Hurlovich?
Any effect on that hearing, I would like to know.
Yeah, Mr. Hurlovich, can you weigh in on the comment that Councillor Thompson made regarding the LPAT hearing and the Airbnb in the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood?
Well, excuse me, I'm not exactly sure. What I heard the councillor say was, we don't yet have an LPAT approval on the policies. That would be a policies official plan amendment 127, which is before LPAT. So I don't know whether the councillors, the inference of that is that we could prejudice the outcome of LPAT, as was suggested by a lawyer who commented on this, a lawyer who represents one of the parties. So I'm not exactly sure that what the answer is, because it is before the board or before the tribunal. We have had the hearing. We're waiting for the written decision. The city solicitor on this application, Tom Alinsky, did write to the board asking why the decision is taking so long. It's being handled by the second highest person within the Ontario Land Tribunal, and so it's kind of hard to call out that person. I guess we'd have to go to the Premier to ask that they intercede and speed up the process. So if council wants to err on the side of caution, given that the policies are not yet in place, they would probably then choose not to approve the motion on the floor.
But your recommendation is as it sits, is that right?
It's based on the policies, assuming that the tribunal will approve them.
Okay, thank you for that. So, yeah, go ahead, you still got the floor.
No, I don't know what we approved before, but I never ever thought that we would permit vacation rentals in a single family area. If it's in tourist commercial area or other areas, that would be appropriate. In fact, we've approved them before, an apartment, because of the area that it's in. But I think this is, I wouldn't have approved that if I knew that at the time when we voted on it.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Campbell, Lococo, Dabrowski,
Yes.
and Iannone.
And Iannone.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too can't support the motion. I believe we're treading on very dangerous ground. It is residential. They're listed in Airbnbs. I've seen it on the internet. We've all seen it. We've seen the copy of it. And they're blatantly going against our bylaws. And we're being asked to ignore our bylaws and let them move forward. And I think that's wrong. That's not the way that we should be dealing with these projects.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Campbell. Got Councillor Lococo, Dabrowski, and Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some concerns about the process of this application and the application in general. The first one that I'm thinking about is we didn't give notice because if it is a public meeting, we closed the public meeting. This application has changed numerous times, and I feel it's important for residents to still be able to comment on things after it's changed. So that's just my comment on that. Eastwood was removed, so it's not part of the application, but I don't agree that we should be doing a satellite Airbnb vacation rental unit individually unless we're going to look at it all across the city, whatever areas we're looking at. So I don't believe we should have been doing that, but it's removed anyway, so that didn't matter. Regarding Grandview, there's 8 individual rooms plus the 4 suites, which is 16 rooms, which is more than allowed. Parking has been an issue, and I know there's been comments about hotels with suites, but to me, they are separate rooms, and I think they need to be treated that way. Regarding 5411 River Road, the bylaw was appealed with LPAT, and I don't think we can go against that until we know the actual decision. My understanding, and maybe Mr. Hurlovich can correct me, is that we've been turning down applications for Airbnbs, so I'm not quite sure how we can approve this one. We really have to wait until we get this decision, because if we make a decision on this one property, it's going to set a precedent for everybody. Right now, it is residential neighborhood, and until it changes, I can't support the application for the vacation rental unit there. And my last comment is, I know that there were a lot of emails sent in by residents. Some of them get put on the agenda and some of them don't. So at the end of the meeting under new business, I would like to talk about a process of if an email is sent from a resident to staff member, does it go on the agenda for that particular agenda item? If it goes to a councillor, do we have to forward it to the clerk? I would just like the process, because it's not just this application, but it has happened numerous times, and I'm not sure what the proper process is. Some of them get on the agenda, some of them don't. Some have a lot of information that would be helpful in our decision. And those are my comments, and through all of those comments, I can't support this application.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Lococo. Mr. Hurlovich, did you have any comment on any, or any feedback or commentary on any of the comments that Councillor Lococo just made?
Well, I believe it's an allegation, unfounded, that comments are not making their way to the council agenda. But our staff makes every attempt to bring the comments forward. This application has been going on for a number of years. So comments perhaps provided a year ago, or maybe even 18 months ago, may not have been put on the agenda because the application has changed in that 18 months. Many of the comments that come in are from the exact same people. So are the new comments, you know, unless someone says, here are my comments and I've attached them, you know, and then, so the comments make their way to council every time this comes to a public meeting. So they come to me through emails, they come to me through Canada Post, some of them comes as verbal comments during our open houses. We put all of those forward. Anything that's written to us, we put forward. There is, but as I say, when the application changes, we send out new notices. If there are new comments, we put those on. The old comments may not get on there because they were made on a different application.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Dabrowski and then Iannoni.
Yeah, a couple of things for you too, Mr. Hurlovich. Just a quick question. So we're talking recommendation number 3. In terms of zoning, I believe River Road zoned R2, but Mr. Hurlovich, is there like a satellite district or tourist district zoning on top of that as well as part of our official plan? Or is it just R2?
Yeah, so 2 things. The area is zoned R2-2. So the -2 allows bed and breakfast up to 4 rooms in an owner-occupied bed and breakfast. That bylaw was clarified a couple of years ago and approved by LPAT. So it is clear that the owner must live in the bed and breakfast. And so they're basically renting out rooms in their house. So it has a different status than any other R2 zone in the city. The lands are designated residential, but under our tourist commercial policies, the whole River Road area, so basically from the Rainbow Bridge north to about Morrison Street, and from River Road through to the Olympic Torch Trail, that area is identified in the official plan as a satellite tourist area, which would permit accommodations like bed and breakfast, and I think there's some wording and similar kinds of uses. The similar kinds of uses is what the provision that allowed for Eastwood Lodge to become Grandview Inn, so where it grew from about 8 or 10 units up to 12 units, plus a facility for a resident manager, and now we're hearing basically that the 17 rooms are being rented out individually. So that policy, basically allowed for an inn, but it wasn't intended to open the area up to commercial uses.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. Just to Councillor Thompson's point about LPAT and Airbnbs coming into the municipality, it's going to happen. sooner or later. And I think there's no better area than the Queen Street area, the River Road area. I think it's inevitable that Airbnbs will get approved eventually. I look at River Road, and I know it's zoned residential, but just looking on Google Maps quickly, there's an abundance of bed and breakfasts while you go from, and Mr. Hurlovich alluded to it, from Morrison Street to I think it's Hiram near Rainbow Bridge. There's a multitude of bed and breakfasts on that road. So I can respect the residents around the area and their concerns, but at the same time, I think a 3-bedroom VRU on the River Road, in the River Road area, fits nicely with the area. And I think LPAT's going to come back with their decision, and Airbnbs will eventually be part of our landscape here in Niagara Falls, and we need to start creating a roadmap on where we think these should be placed. And based on LPAT's decision, we'll have to deal with it sooner or later. So either way, I'll stand by my second on Councillor Strange's motion.
Okay, thank you for that. After to that, or you got another
to
comment?
that, yeah,
Okay.
if I may.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, teaching high school, my students would say, well, what if, Mr. Campbell? My response was, what if is for children building daydreams. You just made a comment, what if? We can't make decisions based on what if. We need to talk about what is. I'm going to ask that we table this motion, table this subject until after the LPAT has completed its response to us.
So that's a motion for deferral, Councillor?
Deferral.
Okay, do we have a seconder for the motion? I can't hear you. Do we have a seconder for the motion for deferral?
Can we finish this conversation? Can he allow other people to have comments before he makes a motion for deferral?
Well,
you do that all the time.
If he made a motion, so unless there's a seconder, is there a seconder? Last call, is there a seconder for a deferral motion? Okay, there's no seconder, Councillor. Okay, so I go back to Councillor Iannoni.
Thank you, and Councillor Campbell, if you want to put that motion on when I'm done my comments, I'd be happy to second it. I find it very interesting to listen to the comments of some of the councillors, because if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me when I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that the last time we had this conversation, it was Councillor Dabrowski who made the motion to ensure that Mr. Pinter could not operate his Airbnbs until this decision came back to council. Mr. Pinter is operating his Airbnbs. As a matter of fact, we all just received an email from Mr. Westhughes telling us he watched people just before this open council session register into the Airbnb for the night. So Councillor Dabrowski can think, well, at some point LPAT's going to come back to it. But I just heard you guys talk about we have to work on the rules that are in front of us. And the rules in front of us say he can't be operating an Airbnb. And as a matter of fact, we made a motion to ensure that our staff was on top of him 24/7 so that he could not operate an Airbnb, which he has ignored since we made that motion. And I'm pretty sure if I pull up that tape, I will see it's Councillor Dabrowski. But our ability to deny this is based on the fact that he has violated our bylaws over and over and over again. And we don't do anything. This council has allowed him to continue, and a majority of this council has allowed him to continue. By the way, if we go for a vote on this motion and it does not go to deferral, I'd like a recorded vote, please. There are solid logical reasons for deferral. Mr. Westhughes sent us an email telling us the story of a gentleman drunk from one of these Airbnbs who entered his unlocked back door in the evening into his kitchen where Mr. Westhughes was. And we all, in responding, my message was, I don't want to say we all, my message was, the residents are suffering from us not taking a strong stand here. And Mr. Hurlovich's answer was, you are absolutely right. It is the residents who are suffering. Allowing him to continue continuous bad behavior when you're saying that bad behavior shouldn't happen, it flies in the face of our bylaws, of every procedure we have, because we're just allowing Mr. Pinter to have different rules than anybody else. So I think it's very interesting to hear the comments tonight because they're far different from the comments that were before us at the last meeting. And I will make a motion for deferral of this application now if nobody else wants to speak.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Thompson up next.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about bed and breakfast. Bed and breakfasts are totally different than vacation rentals, Airbnbs. And that's why we made the motion months ago that the person who owns that house has to live there. And that's why on River Road, we have never really had any problem with Airbnbs because they're controlled by the family that are in that house or the person who owns it and manages. There's a huge difference.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. If we defer it until the LPAT decision comes back, what will happen with the business goings that are going on right now? Will there be enforcement to ensure that they're not being rented, or what will happen?
Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to weigh in on that?
So our enforcement staff attends every complaint. I sent a list of complaints and reaction from our staff. So our staff attends the sites. Recording license plates on cars from out of town, out of state, out of province, and we bring those to court. The judge has ruled that that's inadequate evidence that the building is being rented as an Airbnb. We have obtained receipts, copies of receipts from residents who have stayed there and brought those to court. And the judge has said, is the person to whom this receipt belongs present? We've had to say they are not. The charge is thrown out. So until we have someone, a guest at one of those facilities, 5401, 5411, who is willing to go to court with the receipt and say that they were present, here's a photograph of me in the kitchen or the hot tub or whatever, and I stayed there and paid good Canadian dollars to do it, we probably won't get a conviction. And some of these operators know that. So our staff goes there, but we can't get evidence that will stand up in court. I can't make it any clearer than that.
Okay, thank you
Thank
for
you,
that.
Mr.
That Councillor Lococo, are you finished?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I know. Councillor Ioannoni?
So anybody listening to this would wonder why we are even worried about having a bylaw that regulates Airbnbs anywhere. Because that is the most depressing answer for people who are looking to us for a solution that we can never give. And I'm not saying it's your fault, Mr. Hurlovich, at all, but there seems to be, in that explanation, zero hope for residents living beside an illegal Airbnb. And so what do we do? So how do we help them? Because to me, this seems to be an entire waste of time then.
So Mr. Mayor, if I could speak to
Yes,
that.
please do.
So we have rewritten the zoning bylaw. It is not yet in force. It's at LPAT. And so the new wording tightens up the controls. Council has passed a new licensing bylaw, I think it was in April, so that if someone is operating an Airbnb, a vacation rental unit, without licenses, then we can charge them with violating our licensing bylaw. and we don't need to have the witnesses. And that's how the bylaws were designed to work together. But we need all of those approvals in place. And then we will bring those charges forward because they would be violating the bylaws as written. But at the moment, we don't have that ability.
So from now until LPAT comes back, let's call it what it is. We will not be able to successfully charge and have a conviction of somebody operating an Airbnb under that explanation.
We can charge them, but we haven't yet got a successful, well, I shouldn't say, we did in the early days get a couple successful convictions, a small fine, probably equal to a night's rent in one of those units, and they went on again.
Have we charged this applicant or this address or this guy?
We have not, because we don't have the evidence that he's actually renting. An ad on Airbnb, the judge has said, is not a proof that he's actually rented the unit.
So today, we received the ad.
Yes.
We received an email that a resident watched people registering for the Airbnb tonight. We have same resident telling us somebody walked into their house and he walked back and watched them go into one of the Airbnbs in question. And we cannot get a successful conviction, but this council as a majority is being asked to approve him being able to operate this.
That's correct.
So we either have rules or we don't, it would seem to me. So if the vote goes through, I'd like it to be recorded, please. And again, if there's nobody else who wants to speak, I'd make a motion to defer this decision until the LPAT decision.
No, I don't think you just spoke to it. You just spoke to it, so I don't know that you can make that motion. Mr. Clerk, can you help us procedurally?
Mr. Mayor, it wasn't second. There's no deferral on the floor. Councillor Campbell didn't get a second, and neither did I.
That's not what I said. What I said is you just spoke, and I know at the region you can't use your time to speak and then defer it. You have to do it separately. So
somebody else has to do it right now?
I think so. I'm just checking with the clerk. Mr. Clerk, can you just confirm that?
Yeah,
I never heard that.
I don't recall this coming up before, so I am looking through the procedural bylaw to try and find that. But a motion to defer is always in order, except when a member is speaking or when the members are voting. We haven't reached that yet. The question, though, is, we already had a motion to defer. It didn't get a seconder. So did that motion already take place? I guess the question is around, is now, are we reconsidering a motion to defer? I don't know if Mr. Lustig has any comment on that, but,
Mr. Mayor?
Perhaps we didn't have an actual motion because it didn't get a seconder, so it's not a reconsideration. I really don't have a clear answer as to that.
Well, I would hope so, Your Worship. It wasn't seconded.
We've done this a million times.
It wasn't seconded. It wasn't a motion.
No, I know that, and I know the clerk is aware of that. I think he's just checking procedurally, and we're looking for Mr. Lustig just to help us through this.
Mr. Mayor.
If you have an opinion on it, Mr. Lustig. We're just gonna wait let's just get staff's input. And then we're gonna call whatever vote we gotta call. We'll just wait to hear from Mr. Lustig if he's got his ears on.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you.
So, yeah, it is a little unusual, but I would think that motion to defer can take place for the reason that Mr. Matson mentioned earlier, that except when there is discussion taking place or a vote taking place, it's in order. And council, of course, always has the option to waive its rules in any case. So if you really want to have a deferral motion in spite of the motion that didn't get seconded, I think you can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak now?
Yes.
Because I thought I had the floor.
Yep.
I can't count. I have to imagine the times that we've done that, where somebody said, no, I didn't vote for the motion to deferral because I still had something to say. And we've done that since the beginning of time. So I'm surprised that that's even a question right now. but given the two opinions we just got, I would make a motion to defer this until the LPAT decision. Basically, Councillor Campbell's motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion for deferral.
And recorded, please.
And until the LPAT decision, Mr. Clerk, so if you want to do a recorded vote.
Okay, we'll start with yourself, Your Worship. Motion for deferral until LPAT makes their decision. How
I'm
is your vote?
opposed to that.
Councillor Strange? Councillor Dabrowski?
No.
Councillor Kerrio?
Opposed.
Councillor Pietrangelo? No. Councillor Thompson?
No.
Councillor Lococo?
In favor.
Councillor Iononi?
In favor.
And Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
And that motion is defeated.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor already. Who made the motion, the second again, just reminder? Okay, so Councillor Dabrowski moved the recommendation number 3. Okay, and that's a request to be recorded as well, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, motion on the floor then to approve recommendation number 3 in the planning report PBD 2021-43, and that is that council approve the requested official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application in part to permit the use of 5411 River Road as a vacation rental unit with no more than 3 bedrooms, subject to the zoning bylaw regulations outlined in staff report PBD 2021-21. Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to support the staff recommendation.
Councillor Strange? Councillor Dabrowski?
I'll support the staff recommendation.
Councillor Kerrio? Councillor Pietrangelo? Councillor Thompson?
No.
Councillor Lococo?
Opposed.
Councillor Iononi?
No.
And Councillor Campbell?
Opposed.
That motion carries.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. We're now on to the consent agenda. What's the will? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burgess would like to say something.
Can I just have 1 minute with with my clerk? I just want to confirm one technical aspect on the other recommendations.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a timeout. I know, we just got to wait because he's going to talk to the clerk, though. So he's the only guy keeping an eye on. Okay, Mr. Clerk, did you?
Yes, Your Worship, just procedurally, there are a couple of other recommendations in the report. You know, for example, the first one says that council not approve, et cetera, by ignoring that recommendation, I suppose they are not approving. But however, I think it would be a good idea that the council make a motion just to accept the report, not necessarily the first and second recommendation, but just a simple motion to accept the report and receive.
Okay, so you're good with that, Councillor Kerrio? Second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we accept the recommendation.
Just accept the report.
The report, I'm sorry. For information. Got it, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I've got Councillor Campbell up next.
What's the difference between we don't vote for 1 and 2 and just for information?
Through the chair, it just puts the report as an official record to council so that the information was always accepted by council and therefore can be referred back at any point in time as something that council did review and obtain information on.
So at some time in the future, they can come back and say, well, the council did vote in favor of accepting the report. which means they voted in favor of 1 and 2.
No, it would be accepted for information only, so not the recommendation.
So,
He's not saying vote on it, he's saying just accept for information. We're not voting, we're not having anything to do with taking a position. That's what he's suggesting.
Yeah. And then that way, the public items that were in there are always part of the public record. And that council someone can always say it was before council, but council took no action on it.
Okay, so, yes, Mr. Clerk?
It's similar, I suppose, to what we do with a lot of the communication items where they're just received and filed, so to speak. That's the language we've used in the past.
So I have a motion already, right? Yes, we've got a motion. Okay, that we receive the report. Okay, so that's the vote, or that's the motion. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Thompson wanted to speak to something on the consent agenda first.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to move the consent agenda, but I wanted to talk for a minute about 2021-15, the encroachment agreement up on Fallsview Boulevard. I was made aware of this, and I got a call from City Hall saying, you're the chairman of Fallsview BIA, you have to get approval of the Fallsview BIA, and they called Sue Mingle, the manager. So we had a meeting strictly on this encroachment agreement. We didn't do it with the Hilton a month or two ago, and so we had a meeting and it was unanimous, but it was not put in the report for some reason. I kept going through it and said, this was approved by everybody on the board for the Fallsview BIA. Anyway, I'll make the motion for the consent agenda.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we move the consent agenda. Okay, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. So we'll move down the list to communications. So we've got three communications by the NPCA for receiving and filing. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio, that we receive and file those communications. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Lococo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under 9.1, there's a fact sheet, and I did speak with staff. They said they could bring it up on the screen. I just wanted to point out what residents can do regarding water quality, and it talks about planting native trees. Do we have that up on the screen?
Yeah, here it comes.
There we go, good. So the third block, the right, it's what can we do? We can plant native trees, wildflowers, shrubs, reduce the amount of mown grass, reduce pesticides, herbicides, fertilizer, conserve water by using low-flow toilets and showers, high-efficiency washers and dishwashers, and install rain barrels. And then what can we do as a community? We can sponsor community cleanups, look for ways to expand the existing urban tree canopy and reduce amounts of pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers. And then it talks about what businesses can do. I thought it was really important that everybody know what we can do to conserve our water and the quality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Okay, so so we'll call the vote on receiving the NPCA communications. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. 9.4, Fallsview BIA thank you letter, thanking for the extending of the patios. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. 9.5, public notice regarding the Millennium Trail closure for the information of council. Okay, receive and file by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. 9.6, resolution from the town of Pelham to rescind the previous decision regarding their airport. They don't want to upload it anymore. Yep, motion by Councillor Thompson that we receive and file, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's, oh, Councillor Lococo, I'm sorry, did you have comment?
I was going to move it or second it.
Oh, I'm
but you
sorry.
already did that. That's okay.
Okay, no problem. Item 9.7. Okay, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we approve the Chippewa Volunteer Firefighter Association request for special occasion permit status. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. 9.8, proclamation that City of Niagara Falls renew their commitment, celebrate sustainability by proclaiming October 18th through 21st Waste Reduction Week in Canada. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Item 9.9, proclamation, Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Education Appreciation Day on October the 21st. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. 9.10, proclamation flag raising request for the National Polycystic Kidney Disease Awareness Day for September the 4th. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you. 9.11, flag raising 16 days of activism, gender-based violence from November 25th through December the 10th. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Yes, Councillor Lococo? Sorry.
I wanted to second. You don't.
Oh,
look
I'm
over
sorry.
this.
It's hard because it's
That's okay.
to the side here. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Next one. Do the next one. I can look into you. Oh, yeah. So all those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Now, item 9.12, flag raising request for Franco Ontario Day on September the 24th. And also flag raising 9.13 for Ukrainian Canadian Congress 80th anniversary on August the 24th. Councillor Lococo? No?
No, I didn't put up my hand.
No,
but
I know. I
I'll-
thought you
I'll
might
move
want to
it.
move that one. I was
Sure,
just giving.
I'll move it.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that is approved. Thank you for that. Item 9.14. Motion by Councillor Strange and seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo that we have a fee waiver for use of Chippewa Willoughby Memorial Arena for the Chippewa Volunteer Firefighters Association Slow Pitch Tournament. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Item 9.15, noise bylaw exemption for Taps Brewing Company for August 21st through September 25th. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. Oh, Councillor Lococo, I mean, no, you have a
No, it was
conflict.
just a second. That's okay. No, it's not it's not the downtown BIA. That's TAPS specifically.
Okay, Taps
I was just going
specifically.
to second it, but that's okay.
Okay, well then you're seconding it. Seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Item 9.16, correspondence from Niagara Resource Service of Youth, known as RAFT, Homelessness Prevention in Niagara Falls. There are some reports for us to receive. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski that we receive. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Councillor, thank you. Resolutions. So we have a resolution, St. Thomas More Drive, that the plan of subdivision and exempts the requirement for circulating a written notice. Looking for a motion for the resolution. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor of the resolution? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, ratification of in camera.
Yes, Your Worship, earlier this afternoon, Council met in camera. And firstly, that the city accept an offer to purchase lands as parts 11 and 15 on reference plan 59R 16028 within the Montrose Business Park for a purchase price of $255,000. Secondly, that the city accept the donation of lands, namely Block 74, Plan 59M 207, for a nominal consideration. Thirdly, that council provide direction to staff regarding a settlement proposal for an LPAT appeal involving the property at 4210 Lions Creek Road. And lastly, that council provide staff with direction on options for affordable housing at the property of 4500 Park Street.
Okay, thank you. A motion to ratify the in-camera meeting. Looking for a motion. Yes, Councillor Lococo, did you? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I wasn't there, I think I should abstain instead of vote for it.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Abstaining by Councillor Lococo. Motion by Councillor Campbell. Second by Councillor Dabrowski. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. With one abstaining. The bylaws. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that the bylaws be given a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, and that is...
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor?
Was that note of abstaining for Councillor Lococo or the fact that I abstained in camera?
Can you repeat that?
Councillor Lococo said she wasn't in camera to vote on it. So when you said abstaining, are you talking about my vote to abstain in camera?
No.
Okay, well, can I put that on the record then, please?
Okay, Mr. Clerk, do you have that?
I thought that's what you meant.
Okay, so just to be clear, the motion to ratify what I read off for in camera was moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, with Councillors Lococo and Iannoni abstaining.
No, I only abstained on the one item.
All right, thank you for that clarification. We will then have Councillor Lococo abstaining from the entire ratification and Councillor Iannoni abstaining only from the fourth matter that was ratified.
Okay, thank you for that. New business? Councillor Strange and Pietrangelo and Lococo and Dabrowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was either the last council meeting or council meeting before, we had a man and woman here. One was Kelly Crosby, came out about saving someone in the Chippewa Creek, which was just amazing. And she talked about having safety protocols taken, and Eric Nichols spoke to it. And then actually a week later, after they saved someone, a 17-year-old, sadly passed away, drowned in the creek. So we did take some safety measures, and I think we're in the process of erecting signs, and Eric's taken responsibility of that. Just in recent weeks, there's kind of been the same, and in the last couple of years, same results or same problems, the gorge and the Whirlpool Rapids. People go down their stairs, and they go down there and they go fishing. And some of them know exactly what they're doing. They don't go in too far because, even if you stand on the rocks for a bit, that raise in water can come from like 1 foot to 5 feet in like 30 seconds. And it's too late for them. They go in. And just recently, a woman fell in. A man, I think it was her husband or boyfriend, tried to rescue her. And basically, they both drowned. And I don't know if they found him yet. I know they found her, but it happened a couple of years ago, and it's there are locals that it have happened to, but it's more people coming in from other cities and just going down and not knowing the strength. They think, oh, it's a little bit of water, it looks really nice, it looks clear, you can see and you know what? People who fish down there. My buddy said, he goes, Mike, what happened is crazy. I go and fish. He goes and fishes out there. He goes, within 30 seconds, it raises from 1 foot to 5 feet, and boom, you're gone. So if you don't know that water, and I know it's not our jurisdiction, and I know it's the Niagara Parks Commission, but I'd like to forward a motion from our city council to Niagara Parks Commission to possibly bring some safety precautions, erect signs, knowing that it's dangerous, because people love to go down there. Me and Councilor Pietrangelo do the stairs all the time. You go down there and go along that trail, and you slip and fall, or people are going and fishing. You can see the strength of that water, and it's crazy. And we have to stop this because there's been too many deaths down there. So I'd like to make that motion that we forward to Niagara Parks Commission, and I believe Councillor Kerrio and yourself are on that commission to come up with some safety measures, whether it's benchmarking from some other place that have some signs, and some direction, and just warn people that it is so dangerous down there. We love to go down there and go on the trails and do the stairs and go fishing, but it is so dangerous. So I'd like to make that motion.
No, would you like to include that they consider some life preserver?
That would be any kind of safety protocols that, you know what, a fisherman can fall in and someone has,
Right.
a little ring to send them and could save them right away. You know,
that's-
they don't find people sometimes till they're in Lewiston. It's crazy, the power, and people don't realize the power of Niagara Falls. It's crazy in the water that surrounds it. It is a beautiful place, but it is very dangerous. And that current will take you out, and, the guy tried to save his wife or his girlfriend who was, and it's unfortunately both of them got sucked in, and we don't want to see that.
I know there was some discussion around that, and I know we're looking at doing the same thing. We could ask Mr. Nickel later too, but life preservers are not that expensive. And I mean, yeah, there could be some vandalism, but I mean, I'd rather pay that cost than the cost of the life.
Of course, and if you save one person, it's worth it for doing it. And just so I'd like to just make that motion. We'll add any safety protocols, rafts, whatever we can do.
Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Did you want to speak?
I'll speak to it. Just and Councillor Strange mentioned it down in the gorge when you walk down the stairs. The rapids are class 3, class 4, class 5. Very assuming, but even up on the Niagara River, I fish frequently with my little guy, my son, and I've been there with friends. And my son, he's like, "Daddy, I can jump in that water." And it's like, although it looks like glass, when you cast your rod and you look at the little bobber, it's 50 feet down the water within seconds. So maybe a friendly amendment, looking at the Niagara, the upper river as well. So the rapids, obviously, you look at it, people are still, they're unassuming, right? You don't realize. You go for a run, you go for a fish, you slip on a rock, and within seconds, life's changed, right? So either way, if we can add that maybe as
perfect
as an amendment, I'm happy to second that.
So life-saving signs and equipment.
Equipment, yeah, in Lower River as well as Upper Niagara River as well. There's, again, I'm down on the Parkway almost on a weekly basis, and the amount of people, it's some of them are locals, but there's a lot of tourists down there for sure.
Yeah, and they can GPS mark them too, where people will know where they can find one. Because what do you do if someone falls in?
Yeah.
You're not going to save them
100%.
unless you can throw them something, right? Because you're not going to jump in.
And maybe we could look at an app down the road. I know there's fishing apps which show you which waters to go in, which fish you're biting, so that could be an option as well. But either way, I love the motion. Good thinking.
Okay, so we have the motion duly seconded. If there's no further discussion, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Councillor Strange, I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Lococo, then Dabrowski, and then Iannoni.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to follow up on a couple items I know I brought up previously. So Niagara Veterans Memorial Highway and Stanley Avenue, the province owns that parking lot there. The weeds are still, 4 or 5 feet high. We never really got an answer yet on what they're doing with it. I'd like us to actually send another letter, and perhaps we could include council members and regional council as well, to see whether or not we can, get an answer from the province as to, their long-term plans with that. I think it would be a great catalyst for Niagara Falls. Right now, it's not really doing anything for us. It's just cracked pavement, and I really think that we can put it to better use than what it's doing right now. So I'll make a motion, Your Worship, that we send off a letter to the minister responsible, and that we CC council members and regional council members on that.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we ask the Ministry of Transportation, I'm sure, regarding our parking lots on Stanley and the 420. Is that right? Yep, okay, great. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is approved. Thank you for that. Yep, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I just have 2 more follow-ups, actually. One is the stop signs over on Parkside and St. Michael Avenue. I know council made a decision a while back to have, I believe it was 2 installed on Parkside, 2 installed on St. Michael. The one that's on Parkside, Your Worship, is at the very back of 2 elementary schools. So the thought process was that the all-way stops were going to be there as a safety factor for young children that were going to be crossing and going to the elementary school. I'd really like those to be installed before school starts. I know there's been a holdup as to why they've been installed. Perhaps Mr. Nickel can actually update council and the public as to why they've been installed and what the time frame is to install them.
Yeah, Mr. Nickel, can you help us out?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, staff would love to get those done as quick as possible. We know that in order to put the four-way stops in, we want to make sure that the sidewalks and the curbs meet our AOD accessible standards. So we need to do some concrete reworking of those intersections. That work is being scheduled with our contractors we've engaged to do the work this year. Quite frankly, they've got a lot of work on their plate right now. And as a result of this discussion today, we'll definitely circle back with them. And I, just as much as council, would like to get those done before the start of school this year. So please leave that with me to work with them to prioritize it and try to get that done as quick as we can.
Okay, is that good? Yeah, Councillor?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And the other one I wanted an update on, and Mr. Nicol already knows, is I think it was about a year ago, council made a decision to dedicate as a priority the sewage flows that are coming out of Chippewa right now. And what we would like to see is to send those sewage flows to the new wastewater treatment plant that's going to be built by the region, I guess a few kilometers down the road. So I just wanted everyone to be updated and know the information that Mr. Nicol has. So perhaps Mr. Nicol can just give council an update on where we are on that, the different things that are happening, because I think that there's still an EA as well. That's outstanding. Thanks, Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to give an update. I think the first and most important driver of this project is the regional South Niagara Falls wastewater treatment plant. That plant project is in the process of the final stages of the Schedule C municipal class EA, or may even be an individual municipal class EA. Regardless, the region is intending on filing the completion of that EA later this fall or by winter. What that means is that the approvals to move forward with that major regional project will be contingent on approval of that EA. So we definitely know that the strategy remains to service South Niagara Falls, and both some of the existing properties south of Lundy's Lane and new development that comes online through this new South Niagara Falls wastewater treatment plant. So the strategy for us to bring new development in, particularly from Chippewa, is definitely a priority for us. What council has approved already is in our 2021 budget, a secondary plan for the Grassy Brook area, which also dovetails with the employment lands that were recently prepared and presented to council. We've also included an allocation for a servicing strategy in the budget. Those two items really need to go hand in hand. So we need to know what development in the urban boundary within the section of Chippewa south of the Welland River that's serviceable by the treatment plant. First of all, we need to know what the land uses are so that we can project the future sewer flows from those properties. And we intend to move forward on the servicing strategy hand in glove with the secondary plan for those works. So we're in the final stages of drafting our terms of reference for that secondary plan, which will include elements of the servicing strategy. In the meantime, we've expressed our desire to the region to make sure that this treatment plant has sufficient depth and capacity for those areas. They've already committed that that is the case. Presently, the sewage flow from Chippewa heads up through pumping stations to eventually to the plant. So those flows are intended to be redirected in one way or another to the sewage treatment plant. On an interim basis, those pump stations may remain, but as we move forward with some new trunk servicing, we could systematically move forward with a gravity solution. At this point in time, we don't have cost estimates, so it's still too early to let you know how this may be funded and how it would proceed. But we're moving forward on all of those initial steps to do the studies and make sure that what trunk servicing is placed at that new treatment plant will service both existing developments in Chippewa, existing residents, and those that may be coming online in a far future projection. Typically the 2051 population projections will be used that the region is working through their municipal comprehensive review right now. Thanks, Councillor, for the question, and I hope that's a great update.
Good. Councillor?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm not going to belabor this. Thanks to Mr. Nicol. I know he's on top of it. I know he's doing a wonderful job making sure that it stays a priority to the city, that we eventually send all the fluid from, or all the sewage from Chippewa down to the new plant. I just wanted council to have the same type of information, Your Worship, and just, I guess, understand that it is still a priority for us to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lococo, Dabrowski, then Iannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did not intend to offend staff regarding my question about how resident emails get on our agenda. My point for bringing that up, because it has happened and I still don't know what the process is. Sometimes we get emails to council. Are we supposed to forward them on to the clerk, which would then go on the agenda? Sometimes it's a council email and to the clerk. Sometimes it's just an email to staff about a specific item. Sometimes it's council and staff, and sometimes it's an email to the clerk. So my point for bringing that up was more of what is the process? If, as a council member, we get something regarding an item on the agenda, are we supposed to forward it to the clerk with a specific ask? I just wanted to bring it up for process so our residents feel heard.
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Through the mayor, yeah, there's different scenarios, I suppose, when the residents are emailing staff and also emailing council. We do have a process as far as getting correspondence on the agenda. It is on our webpage, and if a resident wanted their correspondence listed, there's processes for that. And as Mr. Hurlovich had pointed out earlier, any correspondence that goes through staff that is asked to be put on the agenda, there are processes in place to make sure that that happens. I think what happens a lot of times, though, is there's correspondence that is sent to all of council, and it's not always the intent of the resident to have their email listed on the council agenda. I think in most cases it's their intent to just make sure that council is aware of their comments or concerns or their position. We've had situations in the past where residents have commented or reached out to myself or even through our IT department where they were surprised once they Googled their name to see that their previous correspondence was listed on the agenda and then ultimately out there on the internet. So it's not always their intent to be on the agenda. If you're unsure when you get an email from someone, you could simply reach out and ask if they want their comments listed on an upcoming agenda. And if so, I would prefer that they tell me they want their correspondence listed before I just assume that we're going to take an email that's sent to all of council and then just post it on the internet for everyone else to see. So those are just my comments there.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you. I think it's good for the residents and for us as council to know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski, then Iannoni.
Yeah, actually, I think it was this past Saturday. Maybe you could probably chime in, but Matt Canada was in the city at the intersection of Mountain Road and Taylor Road, where tragically Jessica Edwards, who was taking an Uber, actually was killed by a drunk driver back in 2017. I know there was a sign erected in her honor. It is a three-way stop. Drinking and driving, it's going to be a challenge. It's a global challenge. Even here in Niagara, I think there's been at least 10 deaths. It's unfortunate in the past 4 years, and there's a sign there in the Niagara region. And I was just thinking, Taylor Road and Mountain Road, and again, we're bringing awareness to drinking and driving, and again, the family's loss here with Jessica, it's unreal. I can't even imagine the pain that they're still feeling. But thinking it's a well-traveled road, Mountain Road especially. It's kind of rural. It's still a bit dark. I'm wondering if maybe as a council, I'd like to put forward a motion that sees we can ask the region to install a three-way red signal flashing stop. Mr. Eric Nickel can correct me. I'm sure I'm not using the right terminology. But again, just to add, create more awareness. You can never have too much awareness, and safety obviously is no accident, and you can never be too safe. But I thought it would be, just reading that article in the paper and seeing that you were there, I think it's a good time that we put that request and ask out to the region. So I'll put that motion out on the floor.
Okay, motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Campbell.
And I loved your quote in the Niagara Falls Review about your children at night, no matter what time it is, if you had one drink and one is too many to hop in a vehicle, but to give you a call and you'll pick them right up. I think that's keen and brings a lot of awareness to the residents here in our municipality. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm cheaper than an Uber, and I'll even hit the drive-through at McDonald's, so they know I'll pick them up.
I'm going to keep that in mind. I think I have your cell.
Well, that's for my kids, not for you, Councillor. Okay, we've got a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Campbell, that we put flashing red lights at the intersection of Mountain Road and Taylor, where we had that terrible accident. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Favor, okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that, Councillor. And Councillor Iononi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if you could direct me to the staff member who's responsible for getting the land acknowledgement before us. It's been over 5 months since I made a motion and it was passed by council that we do an Indigenous land acknowledgement. A couple days ago had somebody say to me, you made that motion, where's the acknowledgement? It's really a long time. I mean, we got up tick signs and slow down signs a lot quicker than we've got a land acknowledgement, which I think, given the fact that the number of murdered children now surpasses 5,500, and we talk about wanting to respect and acknowledge the Indigenous community, we have an opportunity to do that, and the land acknowledgement is still not before us. So can I have an update from the staff that's responsible for that?
Yeah, I can give you the update. Our staff in our office, the mayor and CAO's office, have been working with local Indigenous people on working on this. And we want to make sure we measure twice and cut once, because a lot of groups have changed their land acknowledgements all over the province for lots of reasons. And we're very close, and we should have something. We're hoping it should be September, October at the latest, but we're very close to being in a position that we can share it with everybody. So we're not quite there, but we're getting close.
Thank you. And that was your answer the last time I asked a few months ago. Can you tell me who locally you're speaking to? Because it's the local Indigenous community that asked me that.
Well, I don't know if, no, I'm not gonna talk about who. We're working on it.
Our local,
No,
are you?
Yes, we're talking to local as well. We're talking to a number of them. We've done a lot of research on this, so we want to get it right. So it's not a matter of not being respectful, it's a matter of being respectful and trying to get it right and not rushing it out the door and getting it wrong. So we will be coming back to council. We're following the motion and we will be getting it done.
So the Niagara-on-the-Lake and the Fort Erie centers have been contacted for their input.
Councillor, we'll get back to you when we have it finished and it'll be ready.
That's not what I asked, and that's not what they asked me.
Well, that's all I'm going to tell you, and you have to be patient.
Wow.
We're going to get it right, and that's all I've got to say on it at this point.
Okay, so the other witness, we made a motion that council would attend sensitivity training. I think it was Councillor Pietrangelo's motion. Has that been arranged?
Well, we can. I don't know. And Mr. Clerk, do you have an answer on that? Yeah, I think it was team building, though.
I've spoken with the Integrity Commissioner this week about that. He is aware of it. He said he's working on a few outstanding reports that he hopes to finish up rather soon, and he'd like to have those finished before he hosts this this training session that you're speaking about. He's also hoping that this could be done in person if possible, and that's reason for some of the wait, and also recognizing some vacations that some may be on. So we're trying to do this the week of a council meeting. So he's currently looking at possibly doing that either September, October, or November, but he was looking at the fall. So I will continue to correspond with the Integrity Commissioner in hopes of bringing that forward this fall.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you.